This is Cowboy Rescuing Me. Coming Home to North Dakota, Western Sweet Romance, Book 6. Written by Jesse Gussman. Performed by J. Dice. Chapter 1. Commitment. Barbara Harrison, Chestertown, Maryland.
We want you to help us match Colman Baldwin with Peyton Sinclair, the new single mom who opened the bookstore and bake shop.
Sadie Powers stared at Charlene in shock. The basement of the church faded away, and her mind went blank before it revolted with a resounding no. How could she do that? How could she try to get Peyton, who was new in Sweetwater but from what Sadie knew of her was a really sweet woman, to fall in love with Colman? It wasn't a matter of how, as in, what was she going to do in order to accomplish it? It was a matter of how, as in, this was something that would be impossible to work on because Sadie herself was in love with Colman.
Sadie, are you thinking about it?
Charlene said, coming a little closer and putting her hand on Sadie's arm and peering into her eyes.
You seem to be friends with Peyton, and no matter how hard the other peacemakers and I have tried, we have just not been able to get that woman to leave her bookstore. Not for anything. She's a total homebody. Which is what Colman needs,
Vicky said, still seated in her chair, piecing two quilt squares together.
He does. He needs an anchor. Someone who can balance him and offset the other ladies in his family.
And there were a lot of ladies in his family. His dad had died over a decade ago, leaving Colman as the sole man with 5 sisters and his mom, who had, with Colman, taken over the business that her husband had left behind and turned it into the most successful auction barn in North Dakota. She was strong and driven and successful, and a little intimidating to Sadie.
Someone quiet who can provide a counterpoint to all the activity of the other ladies. Someone Colman can lean on, who is strong enough to help him without losing her identity.
The other ladies nodded in agreement as Kathy spoke. She, too, was still sitting in her place, only she was sorting material.
Basically, Peyton is absolutely perfect for Colman, but we haven't been able to figure out how to get them together. Colman hardly ever comes into town, and when he does, he's never stopped at the bookstore. She's started to sell some baked goods there, since it used to be a restaurant before it closed down.
Sadie tried not to make her words sound desperate. She really couldn't do what the ladies were asking.
That won't last long. Sweetwater can't sustain 2 restaurants,
Vicky said with assurance.
That was back before Sweetwater had started growing. Now that we have so many new people and so many of the people who grew up here have been staying, maybe it can.
Teresa, the last of the 4 ladies who were currently in the basement, looked serious as she stood at a table pulling batting out of a bag.
You have a point. Maybe the baking will work,
Charlene said, nodding thoughtfully.
She's actually been making a recipe she said her mother passed down to her called berry French toast bake. She's been doing it on Saturday mornings for the last month, and it's been popular since she sold out every week.
Sadie worked in the office at her family's trucking company. Fridays and Saturdays were long days, sometimes 12 or 14 hours or more. Since Peyton had opened the bookstore, she had tried to take some time at some point on Saturday morning to stop in, originally to purchase a book to read for the week. But since Peyton had started her berry French toast bake, the bookstore had smelled amazing, and Sadie couldn't pass up a chance to purchase a piece of it each time, too. That must have been the way the rest of the patrons felt, and perhaps the scent had drifted out on the sidewalk and lured a few people in. Regardless, the bookshop had started becoming rather busy on Saturday mornings, and Sadie had become friends with Peyton. Could she watch her friend fall in love with the man she'd hoped would someday notice her? She knew she could. If they were happy together, if they were meant to be, she could give up what she wanted and be happy for her friend. That's what friends did, after all. But she didn't want to. And Peyton wasn't interested in Colman. At least, she could hardly be interested in someone she'd never met.
I think you ladies are right. They just have completely different interests, and I don't even see them running into each other. Maybe at church.
Even then, it seemed a little far-fetched. Colman was friendly, but he didn't stick around and chat, since he had his own ranch to run in addition to the auction barn that he headed up for his family. Sadie had never actually been out to his ranch. It wasn't something that could be seen from the road, and she'd never had a need to visit a single man living by himself who didn't realize she existed, even though her brother Nolt was Colman's best friend. Colman and Nolt were 12 years older than Sadie, and she'd always seemed like a baby to them, if they even thought of her at all.
They have you in common,
Charlene said decisively.
Not really. I know that Colman and Nolt are best friends, but it's not like Nolt still lives at home or that Colman hangs out at the garage anymore. They both have their own lives, and when they do hang out, I'm not around. But you can suggest to Peyton that she send her son to Colman to take riding lessons. Our sources have told us that Owen, who is 12, loves horses, and Colman has a few. But I don't know Colman.
Not really. Not enough to go to him and ask him to give riding lessons.
Not to mention, Peyton is on a very limited income, and I'm sure she can't pay for them. That's where you come in again,
Charlene said, sounding proud of herself for coming up with this.
You can say something to Nolt, who can say something to Colman about donating riding lessons to the single mom whose son loves horses but who can't afford riding lessons.
Sadie sighed silently, and her heart hung its head. That's exactly something Colman would do. He was always commanding and very businesslike, but he was always willing to lend a hand anywhere, and he would totally take a young boy under his wing with something like that. He might not set foot in the bookstore, but he was at home on the ranch, and he wouldn't have a problem helping a kid out. He'd always been very good with his younger sisters from what Sadie could see, although they were all older than she.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Vicky called from her seat across the room.
I think it would work.
Sadie tried to infuse some enthusiasm into her voice, to be excited and happy. Colman was a great guy, and Peyton seemed like she truly was perfect for him, just like the ladies had said. She was much closer to his age as well. Although Sadie had never really considered her age a factor, she supposed it could be. Some people got hung up on things like that, but the ladies were right. Colman probably wanted a mature woman, one who didn't engage with her brothers in creating elaborate practical jokes or enjoy rollerblading down Main Street at midnight, and thought flying kites was a great way to spend a Saturday afternoon, a rare afternoon when she wasn't working. No, the more she thought about it, the more she knew the ladies were right. She probably wouldn't be able to get over her crush on Colman overnight, since she'd been nursing it for more than a decade. But maybe she just needed them to point out all the things that Colman needed in a woman to know that they were all the things that she really didn't have. She was too immature and fun-loving for someone like him.
You're right. I'll help you, because Peyton is perfect for Colman.
Chapter 2. Letting the little stuff go. Concentrate on the good stuff. And think, better off with or without. Been married for 59 years this June. G. Beadle, Rochester, New York. Colman watched as the man trying to sell him a couple of horses led the second horse out of the trailer and brought her around. He'd rather have done it at his ranch, but they were just outside Sweetwater at his family's auction barn. The second horse was just as pretty as the first one, which was already in the holding pen. The man had said they were gentle as kittens, which seemed to be true so far, although the 5 minutes that Colman had been watching wasn't nearly enough time to tell. Their conformation looked good to him, and they seemed sound. He wasn't a horseman, hadn't been born into a horse family, just loved them, and for the last few years since the auction barn had been running well and in the black, he'd had a little bit of extra money, and he had wanted to get into the horse world, or at least own a few, and had been studying them and working with them, learning. In order to make money with horses, a person had to be in the high-end, high-dollar, high-quality horse. Which these were not. They were registered quarter horses, which was a step or two above grade. He had a few of those on his farm right now, and he wasn't sure he wanted to sink a lot of funds into a hobby that was never going to pay for itself, just because he loved it.
"Told you she was as sweet as a baby,"
Jim said as he brought the horse around. Those words were still echoing in the air when a piece of plastic, which a worker had put over the pile of lumber that was sitting on the ground waiting for the crew to arrive to put an addition on to the sale barn, flapped in the wind and broke free of the chunk of wood that had been holding it down. It flapped and flew in front of the pickup, and, as these things happen sometimes, wrapped itself around Jim, stuck and with both ends flapping around him. Long before it had touched Jim, the horse he held had reared, her eyes wide and white, her head high. Quarter horses were supposed to have a rather stable disposition, but horses in general were notorious for shying away from anything that flapped in the wind. Jim couldn't see anything and swatted his hands around, trying to get the plastic off of himself. Maybe that's why he forgot to hold tight to the lead rope, or maybe the horse just pulled that hard, because 1 second she was rearing, and the next second she was bolting, out on the highway and running down the road, heading straight towards Sweetwater on Main Street. The second horse, being a herd animal, and just as afraid of the flapping sheet, and also not wanting to be left behind by his partner, cleared the fence in a jump that Colman appreciated, despite the fact that he was rushing to help Jim get untangled. The second horse took off after his partner toward Sweetwater. The auction house was right on the edge of town, so the horses didn't have to go very far to hit buildings and stores on either side of the street. Even as Colman worked to get the sheet peeled off Jim, he saw the horses were sticking to the middle of the road. Traffic was supposed to slow down through town anyway, and most people did. Hopefully, they'd see the horses and no one would get hurt. Hopefully, the horses wouldn't hurt anyone by veering onto the sidewalk. It was hard to tell what a horse would do when it was terrified. He was sure he hadn't seen it all, but he knew that much.
"They've never done that before,"
Jim said as he batted at the sheet, balling it up to toss it aside. Colman set it down and threw a board over the top of it. "I think we better take my pickup after them, although not too fast."
"No, we don't want to scare them any more than what they already are."
Colman figured Jim was right. Even the most docile horse would have shied at a sheet like that, especially if they'd never seen it before. If a trainer got a horse used to something, he could train them out of that, but it took time and patience, and sometimes ingenuity, because the person never knew what they were going to come upon.
"Dogs, pigs, cows, nothing phases them. I just never trained them with a sheet."
Colman slid his truck in gear and took off out of the parking lot, fast but not too fast, since he could barely see the horses, and it looked like they'd slowed down. He didn't want to scare them again. "I know, these things happen."
"Figures it would happen when I was showing them. Couldn't happen at home."
"Probably a good thing. Least I know one would make a pretty good jumper, and both of them are completely sound."
Jim looked over at him, the despair and irritation on his face clear, but it melted a little as he saw the humor in Colman's eyes. "I guess that's a way of looking at it." He had told Colman on the phone that he needed to sell the horses in order to make the payment on his ranch. He was hoping once he got that payment made, he'd get enough from ranching to stay afloat the rest of the year, but he hadn't had a choice about the horses. Colman had felt bad for him, although he hadn't really been looking for more horses. The guy had gotten his number because he owned the sale barn, and he was hoping if Colman didn't want them, he would have contact with someone who did. It was true, because of the sale barn, Colman had a lot of good contacts. Plus, the price had been right, and Colman had thought maybe it was time he moved up a little from the 2 great horses he already had on his ranch. They were sweet and gentle, so gentle a child could ride them, which is why he'd purchased them to begin with. A beginner like him needed a horse that wasn't going to kill him, and who would forgive him a little bit for his mistakes. Houses and storefronts went by on either side as they drove east through Sweetwater. It wasn't hard to see the horses now. The second one had stopped at a water trough which was full of flowers, outside Patty's diner. That water trough was Patty's pride and joy every summer as it overflowed with petunias and geraniums and ivy, and it had been a gift from Ty and Louise Palmer. There was a story behind it, something about Ty finding out about his child or something at that spot. But Colman figured the story was probably long enough to be a book, and he'd never gotten all the details. At any rate, Patty was going to have conniptions if she came outside and saw the second horse nibbling on her ivy.
"I'll drop you off here and keep going up just a bit. Looks like the first one is stopping near that group of people."
Colman was pretty sure the horses would be okay, but once they'd been scared, they had a tendency to be skittish for a bit until they got themselves settled down. "Sounds good," Jim said, jumping out as Colman slowed, not even allowing him to come to a complete stop before Jim's door slammed, and he walked around the back of the truck. Colman hadn't thought to ask for treats or anything else that might help him catch the other horse, although at least she had a lead rope on her halter, which would make her easier to catch. Indeed, by the time he stopped in front of the new used bookstore, a young girl had caught a hold of the lead rope and stood talking to the horse with her hand reached tentatively out to stroke the big blaze on her nose. There wasn't anything flashy about the coloring. Both horses were sorrels with blazes, although this one had 2 white socks, one on her front foot and one on her back. Pretty, but also very common. Her coat shone in the sun, even as she snorted and shook her head before allowing the girl to touch it. As Colman strode closer, he realized it wasn't a girl at all, but was Nolt's sister, Sadie. He supposed she'd become a woman, but he still thought of her as a girl. She was small enough to be mistaken for one, as he had just done. Even though her age had her in the adult category, he didn't think her maturity level was quite there yet. He supposed some people just took longer to grow up than others. And he didn't think any more about her. Other than she was kind of cute as she stood there, petting the horse, and eventually rubbing her nose with the mare's, and babbling on. Something about French toast and interruptions and boys and bookstores. He wasn't sure exactly what she was saying, but he walked around the crowd of people that had gathered. A crowd in Sweetwater was defined as 2 or more, and stopped beside Sadie.
"Thanks for catching her for me."
Her head jerked up at his words, like he'd said something totally unexpected, like Hong Kong has a high suicide rate, and she couldn't quite get her brain to process it, instead of the benign, "thanks for catching my horse" comment that he'd actually uttered. It took her at least 3 seconds to blink, shake her head, and stutter. "You're welcome. It was easy, actually here."
She shoved the lead rope at him. Something about the way she seemed so discombobulated made him smile. You don't have to quit petting her. It's not like I'm going to grab her and run off with her. I live just down the road, and you know that. I can spare 2 minutes if you want to pet her again. He wasn't sure what was so upsetting to her. Maybe she thought he was going to try to steal her or something. They got away from us down at the auction barn. This was not the first time that an animal from the auction barn had run through Sweetwater. The people were used to it, although Sadie worked on the east side of Sweetwater at her family's trucking company there, and she wasn't usually affected, since the animals typically didn't make it the whole way through town and out the other side. She seemed to take a deep breath, like she was gathering her nerve to do something. Odd.
This reminds me, I was wondering if you'd be interested in giving Owen riding lessons.
Owen? He asked, knowing that wasn't the name of any of her brothers or anyone he knew in town. But then he figured it didn't matter because he wasn't giving riding lessons anyway. No.
He's 12 and he's Peyton's son, and she's a single mom and doesn't have much money, and he loves horses and she can't afford to have a horse, let alone do anything with one, and I thought maybe you'd be interested.
She started talking before he'd gotten his no out, and maybe she hadn't heard it. He already had his mouth open, waiting for her to take a breath so he could say it again, louder and more forcefully if necessary. But as she talked, his heart melted a little. His dad had died 10 years ago, and he'd already been out of the house, but he knew how hard that had been for his mom, even with her children all teenagers or adults. He couldn't imagine trying to raise a 12-year-old on his own. He also understood the idea of having money issues. He'd had them all his life. They'd never been overly blessed. North Dakota wasn't exactly the place a person went when they wanted to get rich. It was where they went when they wanted wide open spaces and room to breathe, and hometown values and neighbors who still cared. So, yeah, he understood it all. And by the time Sadie was done, he found himself closing his mouth and nodding. We have auctions on Wednesday and Saturday, you know that, so those days I can't do anything. But I usually take Mondays off, and I'd be happy to spend an hour or so with him every week, at least until school starts.
I think he's the kind of kid that would even come out before school or after, if you're willing.
She looked relieved, but there was also some kind of expression that he couldn't name on her face. Something that looked like irony. Like somehow him saying yes or even her asking had somehow gotten the universe to laugh at them. It was an odd look, and he didn't study it too closely. Sadie was sweet and kind, and he knew she was a great asset to her family. Maybe it had been a little hard for her being the only girl in a family of boys, and he could maybe understand that a bit since he was the only boy in a family of girls, but she was still odd nonetheless. He didn't think about it anymore, just said, "If he shows up, I'll teach him."
Thank you. He'll be there, and he'll be so excited.
She almost turned and walked away, but she paused.
Is there anything he should bring?
I don't think so. If we get to the point where he needs to bring something, I'll let you know. Just sturdy shoes, and he probably should wear jeans if he has them. Something had made Sadie's cheeks red, and she ducked away after nodding, without saying anything more. She'd always been that way, blushing and stammering and running off rather than standing and having a conversation. Her brothers hadn't seemed to think that her behavior was exceptionally odd, and once or twice, he thought he remembered Nolt saying she actually acted like a normal person when Colman wasn't around, but Colman had never experienced it. The crowd of 3 people had dispersed. Colman reached up and stroked the big white blaze on the forehead of the horse, speaking softly to her, before he turned her and led her back down the road. She followed him easily, snorting once but otherwise showing no signs other than the glistening sweat on her flanks that she had been running for her life just a few minutes ago. It wasn't very far up to where Jim had caught the other horse and held him by his halter, waiting as Colman walked up. "Do you want me to run back and grab the lead for that one, or will you be okay?" Colman asked as he stopped in front of Jim. Jim adjusted the brim of his cowboy hat and grabbed a hold of his pants, pulling them up so they were raised in the back and slightly lower as they went around his belly in front. He was still out of breath, and his face was flushed, but he shook his head. "They are usually very gentle. I should be able to lead him just fine." He sounded disappointed, and he probably figured after the horses had taken off, Colman wouldn't be buying them. Deciding to ease his mind right away, Colman walked beside him, down the right-hand lane of the road, and said, "I'll take them both at the price you quoted me on the phone." "Really?" Jim said, his eyes wide, his face showing his shock before he grinned. "That's great. I thought for sure this was a no deal." He lifted a shoulder. "I know you can sell them through the auction barn, but odds are they wouldn't go for what they're worth." "Probably not. We don't run a whole lot of horses through, and we don't have horse buyers in the audience very often." There were usually special auctions for horses, just because buying a horse was a little different than buying any other animal, since the horse was usually something that was going to be worked with and ridden for specific purposes. They walked back to the auction barn, and Colman said, "If you want to load these up on the trailer while I write you a check, that'd be great. And then if you wouldn't mind taking me back into Sweetwater so I can grab my pickup, I'll lead you out to my ranch where we can unload them." "Sounds good," Jim said. He seemed to have reestablished his equilibrium and had become all business. Colman wrapped the lead rope he held around the top board of the fence, while Jim grabbed a lead and snapped it on the second horse's halter. Colman watched appreciatively as he led the horse to the trailer. The gelding looked good and walked nice. They were really great animals. Their registered names were too fancy, as most horses were. He had deliberately not asked Jim for their barn names, because he wanted to name them himself. Thoughts of the boy who would be coming to take riding lessons floated through his head. Maybe he'd like to name one. Or his mom. Girls seem to like naming things. At least, his sisters always had. Even animals that they'd get in who were going to the evening auction, his sisters would sometimes come down and give them all names. He never understood it. Since they were leaving, what was the point in naming them? Regardless, he'd most likely have these animals for a very long time, and he wanted them to have good names. He turned away, walking into the office to grab his personal checkbook and trying not to feel like a kid at Christmas. He was buying the nicest horses he'd ever owned, and he couldn't wait to get them out on his ranch and spend a little time with them. Chapter 3. Give and take. One person can't take all the time and never give, or vice versa. I was married for almost 45 years before my husband passed away in August of this year. Brenda Murphy from Mississippi.
"Well, that was interesting,"
Peyton said as she wiped her hands on her apron and smiled at Sadie as she came back in the store. Her cheeks were flushed, and she looked a little bemused.
"Are you okay? You didn't get hurt, did you?"
Peyton asked.
"I'm fine,"
Sadie said, smiling a little, and maybe her smile was a bit dreamy. She glanced around the store as though wondering where she was. Peyton had set up 8 tables, 4 along the windows in the front, and 2 tucked in corners in the back. Between them there were 10 bookshelves, which were not nearly full, since she just opened a month ago. On the other side across from the bookshelves was her counter, behind which was a wall with a window and a door, where she could go back into the kitchen. The whole place had been a restaurant once upon a time, but it had closed down and hadn't been open in years when she bought it with the last of the money she'd saved up while living with her mother-in-law in Indiana. She narrowed her eyes at Sadie. She seemed a little bit like a schoolgirl with a crush. At 34, Peyton was a little old for schoolgirl crushes, but she could still recognize them. On a hunch, she said,
"The fellow who came for that horse was kind of handsome."
Sadie had just settled down onto one of the stools at the bar and picked up her fork to dig back into her berry French toast. The fork clattered to the counter and then onto the floor. Sadie's head disappeared below the counter, and she shifted away too quickly because her stool made a screeching sound, then banged on the floor.
"Are you okay?"
Peyton asked, leaning over the counter and looking down, trying to see if her friend was still alive.
"Fine,"
Sadie said, popping back up. She brushed herself off a little, holding the fork out like she scored a touchdown.
"I got it. Here, give it to me. I'll give you another one."
Peyton held out her hand, and Sadie gave her the fork.
"So, you mentioned that Owen loves horses?" "Yeah, it's too bad it's so early and he's still in bed. He would have loved all of that."
Their small apartment was just upstairs. Being that it was summer, Owen sometimes slept in a little longer than Peyton would allow him to if she didn't have a shop to take care of.
"Well, that was Colman Baldwin, and he has a ranch and horses outside of town. He just agreed to give Owen horseback riding lessons on Mondays."
Peyton stared at Sadie. Where had that come from?
"You just asked him without saying anything to me?" "I'm sorry."
Sadie bit her lip, and Peyton knew she thought she was doing her a favor.
"You don't have to take him up on them. It's just, Owen loves horses, and Colman loves to help people."
Peyton pulled her lip back, then busied herself with wiping the counter.
"I'd love to, but I can't afford it right now."
She hoped her business would take off. She was working hard, and she knew she'd probably never get rich running a used bookstore, even if she sold a few baked goods on the side. But hopefully at some point she'd have enough for a few extras. And horseback riding lessons definitely fell into the extras category.
"Oh, no, he wouldn't charge. All you have to do is get Owen there,"
Sadie said, shoving a piece of French toast in her mouth, closing her eyes and sighing.
This is so good."
Peyton smiled. There was just something really nice about watching people enjoy food she had made.
"Why isn't he charging?" "He's just learning himself. Maybe he felt the need to share. I don't know."
Peyton wanted to ask a few more questions, but some customers came in and ordered the last 2 pieces of her berry French toast bake. Maybe she should make 3 next week. She didn't want to make a lot and have it all be left over, but she needed to have it for more than an hour after she opened in the morning, too. By the time she finished taking care of the customers, Sadie had waved a hand and left. Sadie worked at her family's trucking company, and Saturdays were long days for her. It wasn't quite 7 o'clock in the morning, and Sadie probably wouldn't be done until this evening after dark. Peyton was learning that when a person owned their business, they didn't have hours where they went to work and ones where they came home and could leave work behind. Most of the time as a business owner, everything was up to her. Working early mornings, evenings, and weekends was not uncommon, not if she wanted her business to be successful. She had just finished cleaning the counter when the bell jingled over the door, and she recognized Shasta, who had just gotten married to Nolt Powers, Sadie's older brother.
"Good morning,"
Peyton said, giving the counter one last wipe and carrying the dishes to the kitchen.
"I'll be right back out." "No rush,"
Shasta said. Peyton hurried back through the door, put the dishes in the sink, then picked up her pen and notebook and wrote, "Horseback riding lessons on Monday." Need to ask Sadie what time. Then she walked back out. She had to write everything down or she forgot it. She'd say she was growing older, but that was pretty much the way she'd always been. She always had little slips of paper with notes to herself lying around all over the place. She had a smartphone that even had a notes app, and she used it some, but there was just something about a pencil and a piece of paper that seemed to help her solidify things in her mind, and she preferred that method, even if it was a little messy. Grabbing the piece of berry French toast bake she'd saved back for herself, she carried it through the door and said, "Would you mind trying this for me?" "I was hoping you had some left. I've been late every other Saturday morning, and I keep hearing how good it is," Shasta said, taking the fork Peyton handed her. "Thanks. I got the recipe from my mom." Her mom was still alive and happy in Indiana, but Peyton hadn't been able to stay any longer. She needed something new. "Do you have a minute?" Shasta said, looking toward the door like she wanted to make sure she wasn't overheard. "Sure." She moved down the counter so she was directly across from Shasta. Just in case someone did come in, they wouldn't be talking very loud. "What's up?" she asked, moving the sugar container and arranging it next to the napkin holder. "I have a favor to ask of you." "Okay." Peyton couldn't stop the smile that spread across her face. The people in Sweetwater had been so very kind to her, helping her clean her store and set things up. She never needed to ask. People just showed up. And now they patronized her store and treated her like one of their own. She was happy to finally be able to do something to help someone else. "I know you've heard of the Peacemakers." "Yeah, they gave both Owen and myself quilts when we moved in. They were beautiful. I almost hate to use them because they're so nice." "They do make beautiful things." Shasta took a deep breath. "But they have another thing they do." She looked both ways, leaned forward, and lowered her voice even more. Peyton mirrored her movement, leaning across the counter until their faces were mere inches apart. "They also are matchmakers." Okay, that was surprising. She didn't know of any other ladies' group that actually claimed to be matchmakers, but Sweetwater had been different from the beginning. "And you are their next victim." Peyton jerked back. Her eyes searched Shasta's face, hoping that was a joke. "Me?" There was no way. She had not come to North Dakota to make the same old mistakes all over again. "Yes, and they're trying to match you up with Colman Baldwin, who runs the livestock auction outside of town." "I believe he was just in front of my store this morning," she started, but then she realized she was getting off the subject. "But I'm not interested. I don't want to be matched up with anyone. Not even someone who is perfect from the top of his head to the tips of his cowboy boots. No." She moved her arms back and forth in the no way gesture, just in case her words weren't enough. "That's excellent," Shasta exclaimed, sitting up and actually looking happy. Peyton paused, her head tilted. "You are not on board with the Peacemakers? Are they not a good group of people?" From what she'd seen the few Sundays she'd been in church, the Peacemakers seemed to consist of sweet, darling ladies who looked innocent and grandmotherly. That's why Shasta's reaction surprised her so much. "Oh, yes, they usually are very good, and—" She looked a little sheepish. "They actually helped my husband and I get together recently. I love them. Honest, I do." "But," Peyton asked, running her hand over the smooth surface of the countertop, "there must be something." "But this time, I think they're wrong."
And it involves you and, of course, Colman. And I was hoping that I could kind of circumvent what they're doing and do a little matchmaking of my own. Not with me.
Peyton wanted to clarify, because she was not interested in being matched up with anyone.
No, I'm not matching you, but I was hoping you could help me. With? With matching Colman up with someone who's had a crush on him for decades.
Immediately, Sadie's flushed cheeks and befuddled look flashed across Peyton's mind.
Sadie?
Shasta's fork paused halfway to her mouth.
Yeah, how'd you know?
Chapter 4. What makes a marriage last is keeping up with the little things. It's important to keep doing the little shows of affection and respect. Things like good morning kisses and little acts of service. Lizzie Washburn, from Utah. From Shasta's reaction, Peyton assumed that it wasn't common knowledge that Sadie had a big crush on Colman.
I saw her this morning when Colman lost his horses. Sadie walked out just as the horses came up to sniff the hanging basket I have outside on the awning. She grabbed the horse and held it until he came, and when she came back inside, her cheeks were all red and she just had that look. You know the look. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Sadie gets all flustered when Colman's around. She probably just hasn't spent enough time around him. Usually you get used to people and feel more at ease with them the more time you spend with them. That's probably true, even though they grew up in the same town. Colman's 12 years older than she is and has never looked at her as anything more than a nuisance mostly. I don't know whether he could ever love her back or not, but I'd like to try. She's been faithful and would make a great wife. I actually think she'd balance Colman really well, too, since he has a tendency to be a little serious, and Sadie will always be a fun-loving, happy, sparkling kind of person. She does just have a glow about her. Even before she saw Colman, she's just one of those people that you see her and her entire being just seems to glow with happiness and joy. Yeah, that's Sadie. And funny, too, since she grew up without a mother. That's too bad,
Peyton said, remembering her own mom and the recipe that she was using now because of it, and learning to cook in her kitchen. She would have been a completely different person if she hadn't had a mother.
Anyway, I know the peacemakers are going to be trying to match you and Colman up, and I just wondered if there's some way that you and I could work to not just thwart their efforts, but kind of shift Colman's attention to Sadie. I'm all down for that, because I definitely don't want any attention. Even though Colman seems like he'd be a really nice guy, I'm pretty happy here in my bookstore with my used books, baking a little on the side and raising my son. I don't want to be involved in, what was it, an auction something? They own the auction barn on the west side of town, but Colman also has a ranch with some cows, I don't even know how many, and a couple of horses too. Maybe the horse that ran away was going to the auction, although I don't think they usually sell horses there.
Shasta wrinkled her forehead, but then shrugged her shoulders.
So, what do you have in mind to get them together? I don't know. I wanted to get your help first, and then I figured I'd come up with a plan. I've never done anything like this before, and I've plenty of opportunity, because Sadie has done nothing but talk about Colman the whole time I've known her, which is since college, and apparently she liked him even before that, maybe junior high. And he's rejected her? No, he's never even noticed her. She's never said anything. No, she hasn't been able to get up the nerve to even strike up a conversation with him. Wow, You think someone else would have come along and she would have gotten tired of crushing on someone who never noticed her? I tried to get her interested in other guys in college, but she'd be with them for a week, usually less, and they just wouldn't measure up. She'd come up with some dumb reason to dump them or just ghost them. Or she'd say no to the second date. It didn't matter how wonderful they were. She wasn't interested. Maybe Colman isn't all she thinks he is. Sometimes we have a tendency to build sandcastles in our minds, and they're not reality at all.
She'd done that. It had burned her, too.
Colman's a great guy. I don't know exactly what Sadie is thinking about him, but from everything I've seen of him, he's upright and moral, and while he isn't exactly a barrel of laughs, he seems to be patient, and he must know women since he has 5 sisters. Wow, 5 sisters. That would definitely shape a guy. He's the oldest, so maybe it's more like he knows how to herd cats really well.
They shared a laugh, with Peyton thinking that was probably true. There was a part of her that wished her life had been different, and her son had gotten siblings. Whether they were brothers or sisters, she wouldn't even care. But it had to be lonely for him growing up by himself.
So are we just going to wait for an opportunity?
Peyton said, getting into the idea of matching the two of them up. Sadie was such a nice person, just glowing with happiness and joy, and she deserved a guy as good as what Shasta said Colman was. It sounded like they were perfect for each other, with morals and values that matched, but different enough that they would bring out the best in each other.
Unless you have a better idea, I really didn't have any plans other than getting you on board. I don't want Sadie to know.
Peyton put her elbow on the counter and rested her chin in her hand.
You know, I wouldn't have thought a thing about this, but talking to you, do you think the peacemakers would have roped Sadie into helping them set me up with Colman?
Shasta straightened, her eyes big.
They wouldn't. Whoa,
Peyton said, straightening up.
Is there a problem with that?
From her reaction, there was a serious problem with it.
I had asked them to match Sadie with Colman, and they told me they couldn't because they already had something going on with Colman, and he and Sadie wouldn't make a good match anyway. Do you think they went behind my back and enlisted Sadie so that Colman definitely wouldn't fall for her? Unless they thought that you had a point and enlisted Sadie so that Sadie would be dealing with Colman, and rather than me falling for him, they would fall for each other? Wow, this is getting complicated.
Shasta blew out a breath.
Even for women, this is getting complicated.
Peyton laughed.
Normally, I stay out of all this kind of stuff. I like to read about it, not act it out in my own life. Oh, it's so much fun to act it out, though,
Shasta said. Then she sobered and steepled her fingers together, staring at them and thinking.
I could believe the peacemakers would be just that devious to have Sadie working for them,
she finally murmured.
I just thought it was odd this morning. I mean, it just seemed random when she came in after catching the horse, which I know was just one of those coincidences, so that wasn't staged at all. But after she caught it, she came in all flushed, like I told you, so I thought maybe she'd said a few words to Colman. And then she asked me if I would take Owen out to Colman's because Colman said he would give Owen riding lessons for free. Wow, so you would have to be around Colman because you'd have to take Owen out to his farm, and you'd probably stay out there because it would be silly to drive back and then go back again. It would just take too much time. I hadn't figured out all the logistics, but yeah, it made sense for me to stay, probably sit on the rail and watch him, take some time off, that type of thing. Did you really want to watch him? Well, whatever my son does, I try to be involved in, or at least have someone cheering him on since he doesn't have a dad to do it.
Maybe Shasta wanted to ask about Owen's father, and Peyton hurried on, opening her mouth and saying the first thing that came to her mind.
But I wouldn't mind not doing it. Then we could get Sadie to do it,
Shasta said with a snap of her fingers.
Great idea. But I've already said I would. What am I going to come up with to say that I can't do it? Just that I don't want to? Because we don't want Sadie to know that we are conspiring. Right, you're right. What do you do on Mondays? It's a slow day in the store. I thought it was the perfect day for me to do the writing lessons, because I'd been considering not even opening the shop on Mondays. Well, you definitely can't do that.
Shasta kept her fingers steepled and set her chin on the top of her pointer fingers, staring at the back wall, thinking. Peyton put her elbow on the counter again and dropped her chin into her hand, staring at the other wall and trying to figure out what she could do so she couldn't take Owen to writing lessons. They sat like that for a few minutes, neither one of them moving, until Shasta clapped her hands together and exclaimed,
I've got it! What?
Peyton said, tilting her head in her hand and looking over at Shasta.
You have a book club meeting on Mondays. Well, I want to start a book club, but I haven't yet. You just did. We just did. We are a book club, and we meet on Mondays at whatever time it is that Colman was going to give lessons to Owen. But I already said I would do it, and there was no book club. Right, and you can't say you forgot because that would be lying.
Shasta's eyes lowered, but the lines on her forehead indicated that she hadn't given up and was still thinking. She snapped her fingers.
I know. You can say your book club is just starting and is scheduled for Mondays because that's what suited the majority of the members, and then ask Sadie if she could take Owen.
Shasta was so excited she got out of her seat and slapped her hand on the counter.
We are brilliant. That's pretty good, and I appreciate not having to lie. Oh no, we wouldn't want to do that. We don't even want to stretch the truth at all, but that is absolutely true. Except it would only be half of the members, not a majority, since there are only 2 of us. And we would really have a book club?
Peyton asked, excited about a book club in a way that she definitely was not about dating or meeting a man.
Sure, let's do it, Shasta said. I'm an artist, and I can make my own hours, so from now on, I take Mondays off, at whatever time Sadie is taking Owen to his writing lessons. Oh,
Peyton had a thought that stopped her cold.
Would Sadie want to be a part of the book club? After she's married to Colman, we'll change the day to whatever suits her, or they can change the writing lessons.
They laughed together, sharing conspiratorial grins, and Peyton felt like she had at least 2 true friends in Sweetwater, and now she had a book club. It had been a good day. Chapter 5. Don't go into marriage thinking if it doesn't work that you can get a divorce. Don't go into marriage thinking you can change your spouse. Look and see how your spouse treats his mother and sister, because that's how he'll treat you. Look in the trash can before marriage and see what's thrown away. Don't go to bed angry, but do give her time to cool off before you start pestering her. Donna Jackson in Georgia. Colman closed the gate, hooking the chain and making sure it held. He'd just brought one of his Angus in that was due to freshen soon. She was his last one, late for the spring calving. Her last pregnancy had been a twisted uterus, and while the vet said that one twist did not necessarily indicate another in any future pregnancy, Colman wanted to keep an eye on her. Not to mention, she was protective after she had her calf, one of his meanest, and it might be easier to grab the calf and take it out of the pen to tag it and band it if necessary. He'd just brushed his pants legs off and started toward the barn when he heard gravel crunching under the tires and looked up to see a car coming down the lane. He didn't need to check his watch to know it was almost time for the riding lesson he'd promised. He squinted, adjusting his hat, because it kind of looked like Nolt's sister's car. Funny that Owen's mom would have the same car that Sadie did. Rather than heading toward the barn, he figured he'd walk over and at least say hi to the woman and tell her she could hang out wherever she wanted to, including his house, which he hadn't cleaned, but there wasn't anything she could hurt in it, if she wasn't the kind of person who wanted to hang outside on the fence. But as he got closer, he realized it looked like Sadie's car because it was Sadie's car. She got out of the driver's side, and a skinny, lanky-looking kid got out on the passenger side. Colman came up on the driver's side, so he nodded his head at Sadie.
"Howdy. You not only arrange the lessons, you're the chauffeur, too?"
She smiled, then tittered a little, then said,
Peyton forgot she had book club on Mondays, but I told her I could do it.
Sadie always had a smile, and she seemed to glow, and she did today as well. But there was something about him that seemed to bring out the worst in her, he supposed. She looked at the ground and kind of shuffled her feet.
"Well, thanks. If you want to, you can hang out at the house or on the fence."
I think I will, if you don't mind.
"Not at all. I'll even saddle up a horse if you'd like. Do you know how to ride?"
He'd known Nolt almost all of his life, but he never really paid too much attention to Sadie. As far as he knew, Nolt had never sat on a horse, but he could be wrong. He didn't expect her to take him up on it, since she always seemed to avoid him, but her head jerked up.
Really?
She asked, like she was truly interested.
"Sure. Might as well do both of you at once."
The kid had walked to the front of the car but just stood there a little, looking nervous. All this nervousness was going to upset his horses, although he planned to put them on his gentle, bomb-proof horses, so, at the most, they might shake their heads a little.
I've always wanted to learn,
Sadie said, and he thought it might be the first time she'd said a sentence to him that she hadn't stumbled halfway through.
But I don't want to take your attention away from Owen today. Maybe after he's doing well, I'll try.
"It's up to you. I suppose you're probably right. One beginner at a time would be enough. But we'll keep you in mind, okay?"
She nodded, and he reached out, offering his hand to the boy.
"My name's Colman. Good to meet you."
I'm Owen.
The kid took his hand and shook it carefully.
Are those the horses we're going to ride?
He asked, nodding toward the two horses that he'd just bought from Jim a few days ago.
"Not today. Maybe if you keep coming. They spooked some when they first came, but they've settled down nicely, and they're two really nice horses. But while I think they'd be safe for beginners, I have two that are even better. You guys can follow me to the barn if you want."
He started walking without waiting for an answer. Obviously, if they were going to ride horses, they were going to have to go to the barn.
"We'll not ride much today. We'll just learn about bringing them out and tacking them up."
Tacking them up?
Owen asked.
"Putting the gear on them. Saddle, bridle, saddle pad, all that kind of stuff."
Neat,
he said.
"So, have you ridden before?"
Colman asked Owen. The boy shook his head.
Never. I always wanted to. But when we lived in Indiana, we lived in town. We had a backyard, but it wasn't big enough for a horse. At least, that's what Mom always said.
"Yeah, they eat a lot. And maybe during the summer, depending on how big your yard was, you might have been mostly okay. But they definitely need hay in the winter, and if it's dry or anything, it's hard for a yard in town to keep up. Plus, your neighbors might not appreciate the smell."
We didn't have a fence.
"That's too bad. But now that you're out here in North Dakota, there's plenty of room. maybe you can talk your mom into it. Although, you need a lot of space because our winters are long and the grass growing season is short.
He didn't bother to talk about making hay or anything like that, because Owen and his mom were most likely never going to need that info.
I always wanted to live on a farm, but Mom said it's a lot of work.
Your mom is absolutely right.
But if it's work that you enjoy, it doesn't really feel like work. It just feels like you're having fun every day.
Sadie spoke up from the other side of Owen, and he had to agree with her.
It's definitely a blessing to be able to get up every morning and do something you love.
Their eyes met over Owen's head, and for the first time in his life, he saw her as something other than Nolt's little sister, as someone who loved North Dakota as much as he did, someone who was born and raised here and had more in common with him than she didn't. Maybe for the first time, too, he realized she wasn't a kid. He looked away, surprised his thoughts went in that direction. It was Sadie, Nolt's sister, the kid's sister who followed them around all their high school years. He'd changed her diapers, for goodness sake. He opened the door to Misty's stall and snapped the lead on, explaining to Owen as he did what he was doing, why he was talking to the horse and all of the things the kid would need to know when it was time for him to tack the horse up himself. Being that the kid had never been around horses before, though, Colman figured he'd be taking it slow. He paused, giving plenty of time for Owen to pet the horse, get used to being around it, explaining how he didn't want to startle it, because the horse's instinct was to kick and bite and rear and run away. And anyone handling a horse didn't want the horse to feel like they were a threat at any time. Sadie stayed back out of the way, commenting once in a while as he talked to Owen and answered questions. He appreciated her presence, since, although as the oldest of 6 siblings, he was comfortable with kids, Owen seemed to relax more when all the pressure and attention was not on him. It took more than 30 minutes before they had gotten Misty all tacked up. Colman said,
You think you want to get up and take a walk on her?
Owen nodded eagerly. Colman explained how to put his foot in the stirrup and about always mounting on the left side. Sadie climbed up and perched on the fence while he led Owen around the paddock a few times. Owen seemed to have a good head on his shoulders, and he trusted Misty completely. So after about 10 minutes, he said,
I'm going to let go and stand beside Miss Sadie. You can take Misty around a couple of times by yourself. Then we're going to call it a day.
Sweet,
Owen said, although his body didn't move, and Colman had to admit he was impressed. As 12-year-old boys went, Owen seemed to be fairly mature. Colman led Misty and Owen to where Sadie sat on the fence. Then he let go, watching as Owen and Misty walked away without him.
Seems like a real good kid,
Colman said to Sadie.
That's been my impression too, although I've only known him for a month.
He's the son of the lady who owns the used bookstore?
Yeah.
Sadie bit her lip like she wanted to say more. Finally she said,
She's really nice.
I'm sure she probably is.
His eyes were on Owen as he walked around, and he didn't really care how nice the bookshop lady was. But he did like the scent that drifted up to his nose, whatever it was that Sadie had on, whether it was her shampoo or soap or what. It smelled like it suited her inner glow, just something sweet and happy, and he found himself moving a little closer to get a better whiff.
I take it you're going to be the one bringing him out on Mondays?
Yeah, she originally said Mondays were fine, but then she said the majority of her book club people wanted to meet on Monday, so she wanted to know if I could do it.
Work at the garage is always slow on Mondays.
He referenced her family's garage and her role in the office.
Yeah, after Friday and Saturday, I can pretty much take off Mondays if I want to. I'm sure no one will mind.
Funny that he'd been around her all his life and didn't really know her. It hadn't occurred to him to talk to Nolt about her. For some reason, he hadn't been curious. He was finding that at some point, that had changed. Not that he was interested in her or anything. She was still Nolt's kid sister. Just, he'd seen her in a new light today, and she was different than the image he had in his mind.
"You're doing real good,"
he called out as Owen went by, his face serious and studious, like he was concentrating hard on doing everything that Colman had said.
"If he keeps doing this well, it won't be any problem at all for you to saddle up and go along too."
I might not do that well, Sadie laughed. I've always loved horses, but the idea of getting up and being the one in charge is a little disconcerting.
He grunted, figuring that Sadie was not used to being in charge. With 6 older brothers, she probably got tossed around a lot, although they all adored her and treated her like a princess. He thought again about his family. A lot of times, he felt like the odd man out, especially after his dad died. He loved his sisters, but they were just so different from him, he never felt like he fit in. He wondered if Sadie ever felt like that, but he wasn't going to ask. They didn't really have that kind of relationship. Although, he found he wanted to be friends with Sadie for who she was, and not keep thinking about her as the kid that trailed him around throughout his entire high school career. They didn't say anything else as Owen came back around, and Colman gave him instructions on what to do to rein the horse to the gate. They had finished untacking the horse and had rubbed her down when Colman said,
"All right, I guess we'll see you next Monday, same time."
Yeah,
Owen exclaimed.
thank you,
He said, giving Misty one more pat before he walked out of the barn, followed by Sadie and Colman, who fell into step beside her.
"If you think you're ready next week, we'll put you up, but no pressure."
All right, I think I might be.
She smiled, and he found himself caught in her eyes. They were twinkling and just seemed to glow with an inner happiness that was rare, especially in one so young. They made it to the car, and she had her hand on the latch when her face suddenly clouded, and she looked away, biting her lip. Then she said,
Peyton, Owen's mom, makes a really good berry French toast bake, and she sells it on Saturdays. You'll want to go in and try it. It's delicious.
Colman stopped to stare at her, since her comment seemed to come out of nowhere. They hadn't been talking about food, or Peyton, or anything of the sort. But then he shook his head and lifted his shoulder. His sisters could fly from one topic to another, and he'd be completely lost in their conversations.
"I'll think about it,"
he said. Then he wasn't sure where the words came from, but he said,
"Do you usually go in on Saturdays for it?"
She nodded eagerly.
I have some every Saturday before I go to work. Ever since she started making it. You can smell it clear out on the street, and she says she got the recipe from her mom, but she is a really fantastic cook. You have to try it.
He nodded.
"Maybe I will."
If she was there before she went to work, that meant the bookstore lady must open her store pretty early in the morning, 6 o'clock or so, because usually Nolt was at the garage by 7, and he couldn't imagine that Sadie wasn't there in the office doing the billing and invoicing. Maybe he'd show up early and meet Sadie there. Not like a date or anything, just because she was fun, and he'd enjoyed talking to her today. And that would give him a reason to go to town, because he knew he wasn't making a special trip just for French toast. Chapter 6. Always end each phone call with "I love you." Love is a choice, an action, a verb. Choose to speak and practice kindness and love. Keep God in your marriage. If your spouse cheated to be with you, your spouse will cheat on you too. Be your spouse's support system. Be there for them when the devil strikes, because he will. Stand by your spouse's side to lead them not into any temptation. Kiss each other bye each morning. Love them. Donna Jackson in Georgia.
I can't believe I'm such a failure,
Sadie said for what surely was about the millionth time that day as she finished peeling another apple and held it over the bowl while she sliced it, dropping each chunk in with the rest.
You're not a failure,
Shasta said easily.
You invited him to her bookstore. I know, but I almost forgot. I was having such a good time with him, and I was actually able to talk without putting my foot in my mouth and bringing it out my eardrum, and I didn't want to talk about Peyton. And that's perfectly normal,
Shasta said, her voice sounding calm and not the slightest bit upset, as she measured out the brown sugar and dumped it in the pan. Shasta had gone to the farmer's market and come back with a bushel of apples. They'd researched ways to use them and decided to make apple pie in a jar that they could give out as Christmas presents that year. Sadie made sure they had all the other ingredients that they needed, and Shasta was going to decorate the jars, if they turned out well. The first batch was cooling on the counter, and they looked good. They were working on a second, and from the amount of apples left in the box Shasta had brought home, it looked like they'd have enough for at least one more.
You're supposed to be giving me a hard time. I told the ladies that I would do it, and it's so hard. The ladies shouldn't have asked you to do that in the first place,
Shasta said, a bit of a hard edge in her voice.
But they didn't know. How were they supposed to know that I have this huge crush on Colman and have for years? Those ladies have their sources. I bet they did know,
Shasta said with confidence as she checked the recipe once more and added water.
I hope they didn't know.
Sadie shivered. The idea that Colman might know that she had a schoolgirl crush on him was embarrassing. How would she ever be able to look him in the eye again? She supposed she'd lived through worse.
If Nolt finds out, he's going to make fun of me too. In fact, all of my brothers are going to tease me about it. I can't let them know. I don't think Nolt would tease you. He probably would help you get together with him,
Shasta said, and there was something in the tone of her voice that made Sadie look at her a second time.
Nolt would help?
She shook her head immediately.
Nah, no offense. Somehow you've managed to get along with him. But seriously, all he thinks about are trucks and business and the feed mill. You might be surprised. Plus, Nolt loves you, and he thinks the world of Colman, too. Don't you think he'd want his two favorite people in the world to get together? You're his favorite person in the world,
Sadie reminded Shasta, cutting up another apple and letting it drop in with the rest of them.
After me,
Shasta agreed.
But let's not get tripped up on the details. He loves you. He loves Colman. If the two of you got together, it would almost be perfect for him. Colman would definitely be the one person he would think would be good enough for his little sister. But I'm supposed to be helping the peacemakers set Colman up with Peyton. I can't go and mess all that up just because I like Colman. And in all fairness, Colman has had more than a decade to get together with me, and he hasn't. I'm pretty sure if he were ever going to develop feelings for me, he would have done so by now. You might be surprised. Men can be pretty clueless at times.
Shasta spoke like she knew what she was talking about. Sadie figured she probably did. Shasta had had a harder life than she had, growing up in foster homes and being shuffled around. She definitely had more life experience. But
I have 6 brothers. None of them have ever woken up one morning all of a sudden realizing that they were madly in love with someone they knew all their lives. It just doesn't happen." "You don't believe God could do it?" Shasta asked.
Sadie sighed.
"It's not that I don't believe God can do it. It's just that he probably won't. Why would he? I mean, come on. I'm 22. That's young. Maybe he's just been waiting until you're old enough. So he turned off Colman's emotions until I'm old enough, and now that I'm old enough, he's going to flip a switch and all of a sudden Colman's going to be in love with me? Maybe."
Shasta finished stirring the syrup on the stove, adjusting the heat on the burner, and set the spoon down.
"Just don't count it out. Just because the peacemakers asked you to do it, and you said you'd try, doesn't mean that you have to get doggedly determined about succeeding. If you work at it and it just doesn't happen, it's okay. They failed before, or so I've heard, and pretty spectacularly, according to local gossip." "They did. I guess you're right. But when I say I'm going to do something, I have to do it with my whole heart. I can't just give a half-hearted attempt because I don't want it to work. Otherwise, I should have told them, thanks but no thanks, I can't help you." "You're right, and I don't want you to not do your best. But I also don't want you to beat yourself up if things don't work out, because sometimes they don't."
Shasta checked the canner to see if the water was boiling. Then she grabbed a clean jar and turned it upright, setting the wide-mouth funnel in the opening.
"You said you invited him to Peyton's shop on Saturday morning?" "I did, and he said he might go. He asked if I went on Saturdays, and I think maybe he didn't want to show up by himself." "He asked if you were going to be there?"
Shasta repeated thoughtfully.
"Yeah. You know, Colman doesn't strike me as the kind of person who's afraid to go places by himself."
Sadie grunted.
"True, but going in to eat by yourself is a little different than stopping at the hardware store alone." "You have a point,"
Shasta said as she filled the jar up with the sliced apples.
"But you're going to make sure that you're there, right? Just so that he doesn't feel uncomfortable when he meets Peyton?" "No. Actually, I thought I would go a little earlier than what I normally do, getting there right after she opens. Because I think it would be more awkward for me to stand around and... Am I being too much of a baby if I say I just don't want to stand around and watch him fall in love with someone else?"
The thought made her stomach feel like it was too full and pinch painfully.
"I mean, I don't want to be selfish. I don't want to stand in the way if they can find happiness together, but I'm just not ready to watch it myself." "That's very big of you. I think a lot of people would be trying to figure out how to stop it, instead of just allowing it to happen and helping to boot. It's certainly okay if you don't feel like you can watch it."
Sadie appreciated Shasta's sympathy. She'd been giving herself a hard time because she felt she should be mature enough to watch them together and not feel jealousy or pain.
"In fact, I feel like that shows true love." "In what way?"
Sadie asked, confused.
"Because whenever you really love someone, you want the best for them. You don't begrudge them happiness, or friendships, or even a lifetime love, if that's what it is. The fact that you're standing here going, I'd rather he be happy than me stand in the way of something that could give him joy for the rest of his life, and unselfishly giving up your spot without trying to sabotage that, it's just pretty amazing. But it also convinces me that you truly love Colman. It's not just something selfish you want, just because he's a good man or something." "Well, what the peacemaker said about Peyton made sense to me. She's perfect for him. He's older than I am, and he probably does want someone who's more mature and settled." And Peyton is all that. Plus, I can't make him love me, you know? I mean, I can wish for it. And I could work harder at getting my foot out of my mouth and be able to actually talk to the man. But if he doesn't love me, I can't change that. And when you can't change something, it's silly for me to say, if he's not going to love me, he's not going to get anyone. Isn't it just better to accept the things you can't change? I mean, it's okay to change the things you can, but accept the things that you can't change and move on. Let them go.
She said that like it was easy, but it wasn't. She didn't want to let Colman go, and it would probably take a while for her to be able to do that. But she meant in the sense that she wouldn't hold on to him, making him stay with her or standing in the way of him finding happiness with someone else, when it was obvious he wasn't going to find it with her.
I know you seem young to all of your brothers. They call you kid all the time and ruffle your hair and act like you're still in preschool half the time, but that's some pretty good wisdom right there. Maybe that's one of the advantages of being the youngest. I've been around people who are older than me all my life. And while I did pick up on some of their less desirable traits, I also suppose I always acted a little bit older than what I was. While my brothers are really good to me, they also are pretty demanding.
Shasta smiled and nodded as she poured the hot syrup into the jar of apples, taking the funnel off and putting a lid and ring on. She grabbed the jar holder and walked the jar over to the stove, setting it in the canner on the rack.
I'd say just do your best doing what you told the peacemakers you'd do, but don't close yourself off completely to the idea that maybe it's not going to work, and God's going to work something else out. Promise?
She asked as she grabbed another jar and put the funnel on it.
I promise. I admit I'm pretty satisfied with letting the peacemakers down. Sometimes I think maybe the peacemakers aren't everything they seem.
Sadie wasn't sure what Shasta meant about that, and she figured she probably didn't want to know. Maybe they were waiting for her to get a little older, and then she'd bet anything they'd try to find a guy for her. She was going to fight tooth and nail, though. She didn't want the peacemakers picking out someone for her. She'd already done that herself. Unfortunately, he didn't want her. Chapter 7. Putting the other first out of love, not with resentment or out of obligation. Mary, California. Colman shut the gate on the last cow, shook hands with the farmer, and turned to go back to the auction house.
You didn't have to stay, Nolt. Isn't your wife wanting you home in bed?
It was after 1:30 in the morning, and while that wasn't particularly late for the auction to end, it was rather typical. It was still later than most people stayed up, at least in North Dakota, anyway. She just left a little bit ago. She actually enjoys watching the auction, as do I. Although, it seems like every time I come, I get roped into helping. Nolt grinned and slapped Colman on the back as they walked in through the pen and came out on the walkway, closing the door behind them and shutting off the outside lights. It had been hot when they started, and dry, which meant dust was stuck to the sweat on his face and arms. His clothes were covered in it as well, and he figured he probably looked just as filthy as Nolt did. And he was probably just as eager to get home and take a shower as he was. Funny, though, despite the heat and the extra busy time they'd had that night, with more animals than usual, he'd still noticed Sadie in the crowd. It was odd that he'd noticed because he never had before. He'd just looked up, and she caught his eye. She wasn't even looking at him, and he gazed at her for a few moments, thinking about how last week he might have described her as cute. But as he watched her, the word beautiful came into his head. Like she was a woman. Which she was, He just wasn't used to thinking about her like that. Maybe that was why she caught his eye when she never had before. He wasn't sure.
Busy week?
Nolt asked as they climbed the stairs, since he needed to pass by the office, lock it up, and turn out the lights before he could leave.
Not too bad. I had some personal paperwork I've allowed to pile up, and my accountant is after me to get him estimates for this year. I keep putting it off because I hate doing it. Paperwork is not exactly my favorite thing.
Nolt hit a couple of light switches and closed the door to the bathrooms.
I hate it too. Sadie is pretty good at it. I don't know how she feels about it.
She's always done it for the company and never complained. In fact, she has the office so organized even I can go in and find things. She might be willing to give you a hand. I'm sure she'd do it for free, but you could pay her too.
I'd definitely pay her,
Colman said, trying to hide how interested he was in that idea. He'd barely even noticed Nolt's little sister before, but the idea of having her come out and spend some time at his farm, even if it was doing paperwork, made his heart beat a little faster. She was already coming out again Monday with Owen, but if she came out alone to do paperwork, maybe he could get her to stay and give her a writing lesson then. The idea of writing together with Sadie was new, novel, but he found it very appealing. He didn't want to question himself because he wasn't sure exactly what that meant. All he knew was he never thought about writing with her before or doing anything with her, and he couldn't imagine getting excited about Nolt's little sister, but he couldn't deny he was.
Hey, did you change your mind about leaving?
Nolt asked from the door that would take them down the stairs and outside.
Sorry, got caught up in thinking. I feel like I need to organize things before I have anyone come in and tackle it.
I wouldn't worry about it. Sadie is a whiz at that. She won't mind. Nolt spoke casually, the way he always talked about his little sister. It was obvious he loved her and would protect her with his life. But since there was such a huge age difference between them, he always acted like she was about 10.
Maybe I'll ask her,
Colman said,
if I see her around.
You can call her. Nolt pulled out his phone. I'll give you her number. 5 seconds later, his phone buzzed with the text. He didn't bother to get it out and look at it, but just said,
Thanks. I'll text her tomorrow and see what she says.
Sounds good. If I see her, I'll give her a little heads up that you'll be in touch, but I'm pretty sure she'll handle it with no problem.
She's already coming out to bring Owen, the bookstore owner's son, for horseback riding lessons. Hopefully it shouldn't be too hard for her to make a little time to work on the paperwork, too.
Riding lessons?
I'm giving them to Owen, although she seemed interested in taking them, too.
Really? I didn't know she liked horses.
I think she said something about always liking them and never having the opportunity or something. You know, that was me. I didn't start doing anything with horses until I was an adult. We didn't have the money, and we weren't a horse family. You guys aren't either.
True. Still, it might be interesting to see Sadie ride a horse. She's pretty easygoing and happy, and I can just imagine that the horse is going to make the decisions between the two of them. Maybe you should give her a horse that doesn't have a brain.
I have confidence in your sister. She can handle it.
I doubt it. Colman smiled, but he didn't laugh. He supposed Nolt didn't mean to insult Sadie, but it rubbed him the wrong way for him to say that she couldn't do it. It had to be discouraging for her if her brothers didn't believe in her. He thought again of being the only girl in a family of boys, and figured that if he ever spent any time with her, maybe they would have something to talk about. Chapter 8. Being able to laugh together, having an attitude of working it out and not walking out. Elsie Weirach, originally from Ohio, but now Illinois.
Thank you so much for the French toast bake. It's just as delicious today as it's been every week so far.
Sadie spoke from her place at the counter as she passed her plate across to Peyton.
You're welcome, and thank you. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. I thought about changing it up a little bit this week, but people seem to have come to expect it to be here, and I actually sold out of 2 pans last week.
She lifted her brows.
So I made 3 this week. I hope they sell. I'm sure they will. I heard people talking about it at the auction on Wednesday night. My French toast bake? Yeah. They were saying how they need to get here early Saturday morning because last week it was gone by the time they came. Oh, goodness. I turned so many people away last week, although it's been really good for the bookstore business because I've sold a lot more books since I started making it. You should start having coffees and teas and specialty drinks and stuff. I think people would love browsing the store or even buying books and sitting around drinking their coffee while they read them. That's such a great idea. I'll have to think about it. I have time because Saturdays have been my busy day, but it's not like people who are buying books need a lot of help picking them out. No, and you seem to be able to keep up with replacing them. Folks have been donating, and a couple of people even volunteered to put donation boxes in different places at Rockerton, and someone was even going to take one to Bismarck, although I don't know when they're going to bring it back.
It was a long trip and not one anyone made any more often than they needed to. Peyton leaned against the counter, shaking her head. Sadie smiled.
It's pretty awesome that things are going so well. Especially since someone said when I started that the previous diner had gone out of business, and they expected that mine would too. Ouch. I know, but I was already in pretty deep, too deep to turn around, so I just prayed that I wasn't wrong when I thought God was leading me here and dug in, and so far, He's been blessing me. That's awesome. I'm so glad you came. I feel like when you showed up, I got a new friend. I feel the same way. Sometimes I think you must see me as an old lady since I'm a decade older than you are, but I just feel like we have a connection. Me too.
Then Sadie remembered she was supposed to be selling Colman, so she said,
I told Colman about your delicious French toast bake when I was out at his place with Owen. He said he might stop in. If he does, you have to tell me what you think. I will, if I notice him. Honestly, I just don't want to go back down that road. I made some poor decisions, and I owe it to Owen to be better. I can't be better if I'm constantly looking for a man. Not to mention, I am so not interested.
She'd said the same thing before, and Sadie nodded her head. But she felt it would be impossible for Peyton to meet Colman and not be interested. Sadie couldn't imagine anyone seeing Colman and not being interested.
Don't miss something wonderful because you're stuck on your past,
she finally said, feeling like she would not be doing what she said she would do if she didn't try a little harder to convince Peyton that Colman was as good as he was. Colman could sell himself if he came in, as long as Peyton didn't have her eyes completely shut. Hopefully the things she said had opened her eyes a little, or at least whetted her curiosity. She waved goodbye and headed out the door, almost colliding with Colman, who was on the sidewalk and just starting in. Oof! He grabbed her shoulders to steady her, and she put her arms on his waist. He grunted as he stepped back, bearing her weight and keeping them from falling.
I'm sorry.
Her cheeks heated, along with the back of her neck. She was such a klutz. When would she ever learn that she should walk sedately through doorways like the rest of the world's population, instead of acting like she was Mary Poppins or something, skipping around all over the place? It's okay. You're pretty chipper and happy for this early in the morning. She didn't want to tell him that she practically levitated out of bed in the morning, always waking up in such a good mood that she was pretty much annoying to anyone within 3 miles of her. She'd learned to tone it down, because most of her brothers did not wake up that happy. In fact, several of them didn't actually do more than grunt before noon. That was annoying. But maybe they were trying to tone down their grumpiness the same way she was trying to tone down her happiness. She had to assume that, because grunting could put anyone in a bad mood.
Well, if that's what you call practically running people over, then I guess I am,
she said, rather than agreeing. What he was seeing was not nearly as chipper and happy as what she wanted to be. I guess I missed you. I assume you've already had your French toast for the day.
I have, and it's a good thing you arrived early, because Peyton was telling me that she ran out last week.
She was supposed to be selling Peyton, she reminded herself. Pasting on a smile that somehow seemed like an expression she didn't want to have all of a sudden, she said,
Peyton is an awesome cook. You're not going to regret trying it.
Maybe I'll wait and try again next week so we can do it together.
She had been in the process of trying to pull her hands away from his waist, but they didn't want to move. With his words, she froze, her eyes on his chest. Did he just ask her out on a date? No. He said he'd try again next week to have breakfast with her. That basically meant they'd go into a store at the same time, which was not a date. She'd done some dating in college, not much, but enough to be fairly sure that wasn't a date. Still, she couldn't blame her heart for wanting to latch on to that. After all, it had spent most of its life wishing to hear something very close to that.
I wouldn't wait a week if I were you,
she ground out, not wanting to say the words at all.
There's plenty today, and she said she's been tempted to make something different. She might not have it next week.
There, the peacemakers should be down on their knees, thanking her for keeping her word and doing what she said, because it had not been easy.
I think I'll take my chances,
he said, and maybe there was a little humor in his voice, although it was also rough, like there was a deeper emotion running there, one she didn't recognize. Suddenly, she realized she was still standing there with her arms on his waist, and he probably had his hands on her shoulders so she wouldn't move closer, since that seemed to be what she was acting like she wanted to do. She jerked back, laughing to release some of her tension. Could she be any more obvious that she was head over heels for him?
Sorry, I was a little disoriented there for a minute,
she said. At least it was true. She had been disoriented. She was always disoriented when she was around him.
Yeah, me too,
he said, sounding like he couldn't quite believe he was saying it. It made her look up at him quickly, and indeed his face looked confused, like he couldn't believe what he was feeling.
Are you okay?
He did seem a little off, like he was dizzy or something. He shook his head as though clearing it.
Yeah, I'm fine, but I'm definitely going to skip the French toast this morning. I'll try again next week.
Yeah, I'm definitely coming back.
There was a pause. Then he said slowly,
Can I meet you here?
Maybe her mouth hung open. Maybe her eyes looked shocked. She hoped they didn't, but she sure felt that way. Colman had just asked her to meet him.
Sure.
Her voice sounded way more casual than she felt. He had really asked her to meet him? This wasn't her heart making things up, right? This was reality. Then she realized it was kind of a girly shop, and maybe he thought he might feel uncomfortable in it.
Sometimes it's hard to walk into a new place by yourself.
Yeah,
he said, not sounding confident in that at all. Then, to her surprise, he took a breath, almost as though he were gathering courage to say something. This was Colman. Colman, who was confident about everything, who never looked ill at ease or out of place, or unsure.
I talked to Nolt earlier this week. Then, after the sale on Wednesday night, I ended up having to take a trip to western Montana, and I'm just getting back. I talked to Nolt about whether or not you might be interested in doing some paperwork for me. Nolt said he might say something, but maybe he forgot.
He shoved his hands in his pockets and looked at her from under the brim of his cowboy hat.
If you don't want to, that's fine. He just said you did a really good job at the trucking company, and you might be able to whip my stuff into shape. At least get it organized so that it's a little easier for me to figure out.
I could do that,
she said, barely waiting for him to stop. She didn't want him to change his mind.
Thanks. We just had our accountant at the sale barn quit, and I'm a little overwhelmed there, too. We'll be hiring someone soon.
Okay.
I could have gotten Fred to do it before he quit, but I didn't, and my accountant said I needed to get it done.
Of course. When would it suit you for me to come out?
He seemed to be mumbling an awful lot, and she wondered if his paperwork was in that bad shape that he was embarrassed about it. She couldn't think of any other reason why he'd be sounding so uncomfortable.
You know Wednesdays are bad because of the sale, and Saturdays too, although you're busy then too. Mondays you're already out there, but Owen's there too, and I kind of thought you were going to be trying a lesson this week. So, another day?
Sure. I could come out in the afternoon on Tuesday. Would that work? Usually Tuesdays are light days, and I can take off around noon or 1.
Sure. If you let me know exactly what time, I'll be there, because you're going to need me to give you an idea of what's going on at least.
He seemed to remember something and grabbed his phone out of his pocket.
Nolt gave me your number, and I've just been sitting on it. If you don't mind, I'll text you now, and then you can let me know what time you'll be out Tuesday.
Sounds good. Or I'll see you Monday. I might be able to tell you then,
she said, taking her phone out of her pocket, and it buzzed in her hand. She tried to keep her heart from beating out of her chest. She had Colman's number. After all the years of dreaming, it was finally on her phone. Never mind that he only gave it to her because he wanted her to do his paperwork. It was still exciting.
Oh, yeah. Tell me Monday.
They stood there looking at each other, like neither one of them could think of anything else to say, but neither one of them really wanted to leave. That was true for Sadie, anyway. She definitely did not want to leave, didn't want to walk away and not see him for 2 whole days. Finally, Colman said,
Yeah, well, I guess I'll see you Monday.
Sure, Monday.
She could hardly wait. Chapter 9. Always letting God be head of the marriage. Nancy Spencer, Mayfield, Kentucky. Sunday morning, Sadie walked into church with Shasta and Nolt. Nolt stopped at the door to talk to a few people, and Shasta giggled in Sadie's ear as she pointed out Colman, off to the side, deep in conversation with a man from out of town. But when they walked through the vestibule doors, he looked up, and his eyes seemed to catch on Sadie.
He's looking at you,
Shasta said, giggling again and not acting like a respectable married woman at all.
Stop it. He's going to know we're talking about him,
Sadie said, careful not to look at him again. She didn't want to give anyone any ideas. They walked up to the pew behind Peyton and Owen and slipped in.
Good morning, Peyton, Owen,
Sadie said as she slid across to make room for Shasta and Nolt.
Good morning,
Peyton said, turning around.
Did you sell all of your French toast bake yesterday? I did, well before noon. I was surprised. That's great,
Sadie said, opening her mouth to ask if she was making it again the next Saturday, when Miss Kathy, one of the peacemakers, walked up beside Peyton's pew.
Peyton, I'm so glad you're here today. I've been wanting to introduce you to someone. We have a few minutes before the service starts. Would you mind coming back?
Shasta and Sadie gave Peyton a grin and a nod when she looked back, since they had been in the middle of a conversation. She turned around and stood up.
Of course, she said, glancing at Owen. Are you coming?
He stood up and walked behind his mom, giving Sadie a little wave as he went by their pew. She waved back and said to Shasta,
He's such a sweetheart. How's his riding going? I'm not a horse person, so he looks like he's doing really great to me because he's sitting on the horse without panicking. But Colman said he was doing pretty good. He mentioned that he was a lot more mature than normal 12-year-old boys, and he thought he was going to do really well. He does seem kind of quiet and serious. Some kids are,
Sadie said, thinking about the differences in her brothers. Brawley was always up for a good time and loved goofing around. But Nolt had always been serious, as had Flynn. She supposed everybody had different personalities, and that's what gave the world color and flavor.
Oh, there's Dr. Lark. Do you mind if I run back and say hi to her? I was supposed to go to her house this week, and I want to make sure that we're still good for that. Plus, Mabel's back there with her. They've been pretty much inseparable. Sure, go ahead. I'm glad Mabel has a mentor.
Sadie knew that Mabel wanted to be a vet, and Dr. Lark had been taking her along with her to work, giving her some experience. In return, Mabel had been helping Lark with the girls that stayed at her ranch. Sadie had been thinking about Lark and the rumors that had gone around years ago about a man that she'd been in love with, but who had been too old for her. Sadie had been pretty young when it happened, but she always saw Lark as a tragic romantic figure. Twisting back just a little, thinking to see Lark and maybe wave to her, she saw as she was turning that all the peacemakers were standing with Peyton, and they were talking to Colman. Sadie turned back around right away, discouraged. She should have been the one taking Peyton over to introduce her to Colman, since she told the peacemakers she would try to get them together. But she hadn't even thought of it. Or maybe she hadn't wanted to think of it, because she wanted Colman first. It was discouraging to have the ladies in the church passing her by and choosing someone else to be with the man she wanted. She tried not to sit in the pew feeling sorry for herself, but it was hard. After all, she was pretty much coveting the attention and effort the peacemakers were giving to Peyton. It was a relief when Shasta and Nolt slid back into the pew. A few seconds later, Owen and Peyton slid in front of them, and the service started. There was almost always dinner on the grounds after the service in the summer, and Sadie usually stayed, although it was odd now that Shasta had a husband, and she felt a little like a third wheel. She didn't have a problem being on her own, but being with a couple made her feel a little left out, like everyone else had someone, and she didn't. She supposed she'd always loved going to church and always loved staying after, but she felt more and more like she didn't belong, feeling sad and envious of all the happy, smiling couples around her, even though she hated it, because she didn't want to think that she had to have someone beside her in order to feel happy and complete. Even if that was really the way the Lord had intended it, for humans to pair up. She reminded herself she was young, and there was plenty of time. She'd find someone eventually. She almost laughed to herself. She'd be 50 years old and still telling herself that maybe she'd find someone eventually. She didn't want that to happen. Except there really wasn't anyone else she wanted. Holding her plate in her hand, standing beside Shasta and Nolt in line as they whispered and giggled and laughed together. She felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up. She looked across the table to see Colman standing with Flynn while Flynn talked. But Colman was looking over Flynn's shoulder, directly at her. This time, instead of looking away, she smiled and forced herself to wave. She was rewarded when the corners of his mouth tipped up and he nodded at her. It was an inconspicuous nod, but it still made Flynn stop talking and start to turn. Just as he did, Colman touched his shoulder, said something to him, and then started walking toward the table. Sadie's heart started thumping in her chest, and part of her was tempted to run. She wasn't sure why, other than she knew she wanted more from Colman than he was interested in giving, and she would probably be disappointed with their interaction, but she wanted it. So she planted her feet and watched as he strode toward her, his eyes never leaving hers. Somehow they were sharing a smile over the space that separated them, and words hadn't even been exchanged. She loved that. Made her feel like there was some kind of connection between them, like they shared secrets and had their own little form of communication. It just made her feel close to him somehow. But when he was just a few feet away from the table, and she had actually opened her mouth to say hi to him, Miss Vicky's body blocked her view, cutting off their connection. Even worse, she had a hold of Peyton's arm and was maybe not dragging, but pulling Peyton behind her. Sadie was close enough to hear Miss Vicky say,
"Colman, I see you're by yourself. Peyton is too, and I was hoping that you could sit with her and make her feel welcome today."
Sadie's stomach felt sour, and it turned over uncomfortably. All she had on her plate was some potato chips and a pickle, but she turned away from the table loaded with food and went and sat down, alone. She'd always believed in working hard for what she had. She never thought that she deserved to have anything handed to her. Her dad certainly had not taught her that, and life hadn't either. She'd gotten knocked down plenty of times, and she'd always pulled herself back up. Maybe she changed her mind about the things she wanted, but she never changed her mind about whether or not it was going to take sacrifice and diligence and hard work to get them. But Colman, he was different. First of all, she knew she couldn't make him like her as more than a friend, even if he liked her that much. It just wasn't within her power. And second, the ladies were right. Peyton was better for him than she was. And while she didn't hesitate to fight for things, to strive and to work hard, she didn't want to compete against her friends. After all, if Peyton spent any time with Colman, she'd see how wonderful he was. And someone as wonderful as Peyton deserved someone equally wonderful. So, while she believed in working hard, and she believed in never giving up on her dreams, matters of the heart and relationships were a completely different story. It wasn't right to never give up on someone who wasn't interested in her to begin with. She needed to be able to let him go.
"There you are. You were behind me, then all of a sudden you disappeared."
Shasta sat down beside her, setting a full plate on the table along with a drink.
"Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have told you. It's a little discouraging to see the peacemakers pushing so hard to get Colman and Peyton together. As much as I love both of them and all of the peacemakers, I just feel like I'm not good enough, you know?"
Shasta let out a discouraged sigh.
"I hate seeing you so down. And you are good enough. You're just as good as Peyton. I love you more. You've been my friend longer. Even though you're right, Peyton seems really nice, and I guess you're right that Peyton and Colman seem like they would suit each other. They're the same age. They're probably interested in some of the same things. And I know, you're just saying everything that I've been thinking, and I just have to let him go. I need to get my head fixed on somebody else, or just don't think about anyone, and wait for God to bring the right person in, you know? I think it's pretty obvious when God has someone for you. He's not hiding it. He wants you to see what he has for you, and he's not going to make you search. Sometimes, though, his best is not easy, and we have to keep working and not give up. Yeah, but relationships are a little different. I mean, when you're in a relationship, you should work at it, for sure. But working to get in a relationship, you can't really make people like you.
True, Shasta said, her eyes moving to see what the commotion was over in the far corner. Sadie turned her head too and smiled when she saw Sweetwater's own movie star, Bellamy Levine, who was now her sister-in-law.
Every time I see her, I can't believe that a human being can be that beautiful. I know, and I bet you anything she's not even wearing any makeup. Calhoun told me that with all the kids and the dog, she doesn't spend any time on her hair either. She just wakes up beautiful. Can you imagine? No, I can't, but I guess beauty has its own problems, as hard as that is to believe. Yeah, you never know whether people like you for your looks or for yourself.
Sadie laughed.
At least I don't have that problem. You're pretty.
Shasta turned toward her.
I know, because God made me and all that blah, blah, blah. But I'm not beautiful, and I suppose I don't really want to be.
She didn't care whether she was beautiful. Not really. She figured every woman wanted to be beautiful in some way, but she really wanted it to be a beauty that came from her heart, not her face. She had a few years to work on that.
Really? You don't want to be beautiful?
Shasta shook her head.
I thought every woman wanted to be. That's almost like a desire that God put into us. I mean, we have it from a young age, when we're running around in our mom's high heels and begging for princess dresses. Yeah, but I think as we get older, we realize it's not the outward beauty that's important. That our desire to be beautiful can be a desire to have the inward beauty that comes from a heart fixed on God and shines through our expressions and our behavior. Your brothers always call you a kid, but they don't understand how wise you are.
Shasta shook her head again.
You're right. That's the beauty that's important. It's just not always the beauty that men see. God seems to have made them to want the outward beauty. Unless that's a result of the fall. I suppose it could be, but it seems pretty ingrained. Maybe that desire is just to see beautiful things. Maybe, but I don't think a beautiful sunset inspires a man quite the way a beautiful woman does.
They laughed together, knowing that was true. Sadie didn't have any answers for those questions. Why God would have created men to want to look on beautiful women and to want to have a beautiful woman, when God clearly puts his emphasis on an inward beauty. Unless it was a matter of a man needing to grow in his spiritual life before he could appreciate a woman with that inner glow of beauty that spoke of good character and wisdom and a heart of love and service. Her eyes left Bellamy and moved across the church area to where Peyton and Colman sat with the peacemakers. She wasn't sure where Owen went. Maybe he was playing with the other church boys. But against her will, she studied Peyton and wondered if she was considered beautiful by men. By Colman in particular. Sadie supposed Peyton was beautiful, with honey blonde hair, eyes as blue as the North Dakota sky, high cheekbones and perfect teeth. She had a slender figure and walked gracefully. Sadie looked away. Peyton was beautiful all right, and if that's what Colman was looking for, he did not need to look any further. Her plate was untouched, and she didn't feel like eating. Normally, she tried hard to shake it off, but she felt like maybe she just needed some time. After all, she'd admired Colman for a long time. To be passed over by the peacemakers in favor of Peyton, who was new in town and more mature and, in Sadie's eyes, more beautiful than herself, was discouraging. Especially because as she looked at Peyton, she shone with an inner beauty as well. So, she had the outer beauty, but she also had the inner glow that said she had a beautiful heart.
I hope you don't mind, but I'm not feeling the greatest. I think I'm going to go home,
she whispered in Shasta's ear.
You're not feeling well?
Sadie shook her head.
Do you want me to come with you? No, I'm fine. I need to come to terms with some things, and my brain knows it. I just need to get my heart in line.
Shasta nodded. There had been a few times in their relationship before when she had said basically the same thing.
Text me if you need me, okay? I will.
Sadie got up, throwing her plate away without looking at Colman and Peyton again. Her new goal was to be able to see them together and be truly, truly happy for them. It was something she was going to have to work on. Chapter 10. No matter the circumstances, good or bad, always take it to the Lord and let Him lead. Nancy Spencer, Mayfield, Kentucky. Monday afternoon, there was a tractor hooked to a wagon with a big water tank on it in Colman's yard when they pulled in for their horseback riding lesson. Colman walked over when they got out and greeted them.
I'm sorry. I thought that tank was going to fill up a little faster than what it did. But if you don't mind, I need to deliver this to the field before I start. The cows don't have any water right now, and I'm going to fix some things, but this will tide them over until I do.
Sure. It's absolutely more important for your cows to have water.
She looked at Owen.
Did you have plans for the rest of the day?
He shook his head. Then his eyes brightened.
Can I go with you?
Colman had his mouth open before Owen spoke, and Sadie wondered what he was going to say. Maybe he was going to offer for Owen to stay and get to know the horses a little bit, while he took her with him. That was probably wishful thinking on her part. She was trying not to think like that. She thought she'd been successful the day before when she worked on changing her mindset, but her heart just wouldn't give up hope.
Of course. Unless you'd rather stay with the horses?
He asked, his eyes on the boy, but Sadie had to smile because it was so close to what she had been thinking.
I've never ridden in a tractor before. I think it would be fun,
Owen said.
I'll stay with the horses. I actually love standing at the fence watching them. And you have your 2 new ones out in the paddock.
Yeah. I've been thinking for a while about names for them. The one with the blaze and 2 white feet is a mare, and the other is a gelding. So I need both a boy and a girl name.
He closed his mouth and just stared at her for a moment, and then he said,
If you think about it and come up with anything, I'm taking suggestions.
I'll think about it while you're gone,
she promised. He and Owen walked back toward the tractor. She closed her car door and walked over to the corral. In one fenced area, the cow that he had brought in the other day was still there. She still hadn't had her calf, and she stood swishing her tail and eyeing Sadie balefully as Sadie walked by. Sadie didn't know much about cows, but that one looked fat. If she had to guess, she'd say she was going to have a really big calf. She decided to name her Donna in her head, short for Madonna, because she looked like she was going to be a mother any second. The tractor started pulling away, and she turned to look at it, smiling at Colman at the wheel and Owen sitting beside him. Owen was practically bouncing in his seat, and even from that distance, she could see his mouth was going a mile a minute. Colman seemed to be listening and nodding, and every once in a while he'd say something. As they went by, Colman looked toward her, seeming to search for her, and when he saw her, he lifted one finger from the steering wheel. She smiled at that, and just to be funny, she lifted one finger in their direction. It made him smile, and he shook his head as he turned back, looking forward again. Turning back, she stopped at the fence where his 2 new horses were and leaned on the top rail, putting one foot on the bottom rail and just admiring them. They had heard her coming, and both of them had their heads up, the wind lifting their manes a bit and blowing their tails. The mare was slightly smaller than the gelding, and her head had just a little bit more of a delicate tilt to it. Or maybe that was Sadie's imagination. Still, their coats glistened in the sun, and immediately Sadie thought of Cinnamon. That seemed to be a girl's name, and she tucked it away to suggest it to Colman. What she really wanted to know was what he thought yesterday, how he and Peyton got along, and if he liked her. Maybe she should find those things out from Peyton, and maybe she'd never know. It really wasn't her business anyway. She tried to pull her attention back to the horses, watching them and seeing if she saw any characteristics that would be fun to name them after. The gelding seemed to push the mare around a bit as he nosed her, moving forward. She backed out of his way, giving him deference, but after he had gone by her, she moseyed over to the fence, sniffing Sadie's arm and blowing in her face.
"Do you think I have treats?"
Sadie said, not knowing why else the horse would come over.
"Or do you want me to pet you?"
Maybe she just wanted attention. Sadie had always loved horses, but she didn't know what it meant when they walked over and blew in a person's face. Maybe she should ask Colman that, too.
"I'm going to try to get Colman to name you Cinnamon, because you're so pretty, and that's the way your coat looks when the sun hits it. Plus, I think it's a pretty name."
She murmured some more to the mare before the gelding came over, and again nosed her out of the way.
"Badger, that seems like a good name for you, buddy,"
she said, a little more confident now, lifting her hand right away to stroke his forehead. She figured they probably didn't bite, but she kept her hand away from their mouths on purpose, because she assumed that if they did, it would really hurt. She wasn't too big on pain, especially if it could be avoided. It was probably 20 minutes until she heard the tractor in the distance and saw Colman and Owen on their way back. By that time, she'd climbed up on the fence rail and sat at the top. The mare had come back over once the gelding had lost interest, and Sadie scratched her ears and underneath her mane. She forgot where she read horses seemed to like that. It made sense, since the skin under their mane wouldn't be easy for them to scratch themselves. The tractor turned off, but she didn't hop down right away, knowing that he'd probably take Owen into the barn and get him saddled up, and it would be a while before they came out and started their lesson in the paddock. "What do you think?" Colman's voice beside her surprised her.
"I think she's beautiful."
I agree with that. I'm really pleased with them.
He leaned against the top rail beside where she sat.
Owen was thirsty, so I sent him inside to get a drink before we started.
"Oh."
She supposed that explained why he was standing beside her making idle conversation. Not because he wanted to, just because he was passing the time.
Think of any names?
He asked, scratching the mare's chin when she walked up to him, nuzzling him.
"She really likes you,"
Sadie said, watching how the mare brushed her head against him with what sure looked like a gesture of affection.
I think maybe it looks that way. I think it's more like she trusts me.
"Yeah, that makes sense."
She watched as the mare put her head right in front of Colman and he scratched her forehead.
"I thought she looked like Cinnamon, with the sun shining on her coat."
Cinnamon.
He patted her as she put her nose against his shoulder.
What do you think of that, old girl? Like it?
She blew out a breath and he smiled, looking up at Sadie.
I think she likes it.
I'm sure I can think of more if you give me more time.
I like it. I think we're going to keep it. Cinnamon it is.
He nodded his head at the gelding, who had come back over and had his forehead pushed against Sadie's knee while she scratched his ears.
What about him?
So far, I've just thought of Badger, which probably isn't the most complimentary name.
His personality is a little rougher than hers. Badger suits him. Cinnamon and Badger. Funny, I've been working on it for a week and haven't come up with anything like that. I like them both.
She smiled, feeling the warmth in her chest as happiness expanded within her. Then she thought of Peyton and thought maybe if he and Peyton ended up together, Peyton should have been naming his horses. It was on the tip of her tongue to ask about it when Owen came running over. He startled the horses a bit, but they didn't bolt, just raised their heads and pricked their ears up, and Badger pranced his feet.
Take it easy, son. You don't want to scare the horses. When you're working around them, you always want your movements to be smooth. Do as little jerking as possible, and as much as you can. Don't be scared or upset, and try not to be excited either, if you can.
There was some humor in his voice as he said that last bit, like he knew that it might be hard for a kid to not get excited.
Oh, I see. Because I scare them?
He said, slowing down and almost creeping over to the fence.
Yeah, although the horses have to get used to all kinds of different things. So eventually we'll want to be able to run around them and make noises and fling things around and even shoot guns beside them. We'll work on doing that so we can ride them without being afraid that they're going to take off when something happens that might scare them.
I see,
Owen said, reaching out and scratching Cinnamon's neck.
I guess it would be scary to be on a horse who's running and you can't get her to stop.
It is.
It's happened to you?
Sadie asked.
Yeah, back years ago, we had a couple horses come into the sale barn. I always loved horses, and I thought that would be the perfect opportunity to try to ride one. He grinned a little, then nodded at Owen. I was about his age. Maybe a little bit older. Anyway, I hopped on, just bareback, no reins, no saddle. I don't even remember if it had a halter. I just thought I would get on and start riding, I guess.
But it didn't work that way?
Sadie asked, vaguely remembering Colman and Nolt talking about it every once in a while through the years.
Have you heard the story before?
No, I haven't heard the story, but I've heard references to it. You and Nolt, and something about whether or not you need to take another ride on a runaway stallion or something.
I don't even think it was a stallion, but I'm not sure if it had ever been ridden before, because I hit its back and it took off. It jumped the fence, and in hindsight, I can't believe I stayed on when it did that. I remember being jolted pretty bad, but I had a death grip on its mane. I had pretty long legs even then, and I'm sure that I was gripping tightly with them, which might have been making it go faster. I don't know.
Humph. Sadie smiled at the thought of a young Colman holding on for dear life.
Mom said you had one get away from you last week, and Miss Sadie caught it in front of the bookstore.
This one actually went in the opposite direction, which might have been a good thing, away from town. We ended up going down the road a bit, then it swerved and started heading out through a field. I've heard of people getting brushed off on trees, so I was pretty thankful there weren't any of those around. But it stumbled, and I think it did a somersault, although I can't be sure. Anyway, next thing I knew, I had thumped to the ground on my back, and the horse was scrambling up and running away.
Wow, did you ever catch it?
Aren't you going to ask if I got hurt?
He scrunched up his face like he was offended.
I know you didn't get hurt. I heard you guys talking about it. Surely, if you got hurt, there would have been some comments about that.
That's funny. My dad didn't really care about whether or not I got hurt either, and we spent the rest of the day tracking that horse down trying to catch it.
Did you catch it?
Owen repeated the question Sadie had already asked.
We did, although the auction was late that night, because when we got back, there was a lot of things we were behind on. Dad was not happy with me.
I bet he wasn't. He was probably more upset about the inconvenience than he was that you tried to ride the horse.
Yeah, I really hadn't done anything wrong. No one ever said we weren't allowed to ride horses, and even after that, he still didn't tell me I couldn't.
There was a pause in the conversation before Colman said, a little softly,
"That was just a month or so before he died."
His words were soft, but they hit Sadie hard. She'd lost her mom, but she wasn't old enough to remember. Obviously, Colman had been very fond of his dad, and his death had been hard.
It sounds like you still miss him,
she said softly.
I do. I wonder what he'd think of me now. Think of what I've done with my life so far.
My dad doesn't care about me,
Owen announced, breaking the spell and reminding both Sadie and Colman that there were supposed to be riding lessons going on. Sadie spun around on top of the fence and climbed down.
My mom left, and she doesn't care about me. But I decided a long time ago I wasn't going to let that bother me. Because if I do, it's me allowing her to still have influence in my life. And I'm not going to allow that. I'm going to be happy and do right and not care what she thinks.
Owen's brows had gone way up, like it surprised him that someone else had a parent who didn't care. But then his face became thoughtful as she said that she wasn't going to let her mom influence her life. That might have been too big of a concept for someone his age, but he seemed to understand, and the smile came back on his face.
My mom thinks I'm awesome,
he grinned.
And that makes me want to do better at stuff because she'll be proud of me.
Colman ruffled the boy's hair and grinned.
That's good, son. You have a good mom.
They walked off side by side, and Sadie followed, smiling because it was such a sweet and tender moment, but a little sad too. It was also a little hard to hear Colman give Peyton compliments. She wanted to be better. She wanted it to not bother her at all. In fact, she wanted to be able to echo the compliment. She was going to work on that. Chapter 11. Commitment firstly to God, then to each other. No expectations except to serve. Communication even when it's tough. And laughter, lots of it. Annette Lawson, Bundaberg, Australia. They ended up being a lot busier in the garage since several trucks had gotten stuck in the cities over the weekend and hadn't made it in to be serviced, and so Sadie ended up with a lot of paperwork handed to her when they got in Tuesday morning. She texted Colman to let him know that she was going to be late, and he texted back saying it was fine. She knew he wanted to get his paperwork in order and didn't want to put it off. So, once she had things under control at the office, she drove out in the heat and humidity with her windows down. Her air conditioner had broken the summer before, and she just hadn't gotten it fixed. North Dakota got extremely hot in the summer, but it was short-lived. She tried to enjoy the heat, although it was a scorcher, with temperatures almost in the triple digits. Still, she could see black clouds rolling in from the west and was glad that she would be inside when the storm hit. Colman was walking across toward the barn when she pulled in, and he stopped when he saw her.
"Hey there,"
he said as she got out of her car. He walked around to her side of the car.
"I'd like to come in right away and show you what to do, but the cow that has been in the paddock this week is having some trouble. I just went in to wash my hands because I think I'm going to need to help her. I'm sorry, I would have texted you, but—"
Don't worry about it,
she said before he could finish. She knew how things were on the farm. Always something cropping up and never enough time to take care of it. let alone to text people.
Do you need some help?
He gave her a look that said he wasn't quite sure whether she'd be able to handle it or not. But then he said,
"Honestly, it would probably make things easier if you don't mind, but I hate to ask."
He held up a bucket she hadn't noticed he carried.
"I've got the chains in here, and I think I'm going to have to use them."
Chains?
Pulling chains. I have them in a solution of bleach right now to try to keep things semi-sterile. If you want to help, you might want to wash your hands.
I'll run in and do that and be right back out.
She'd never been in his house before, but she didn't have too much trouble finding a sink and using some soap. He hadn't said she needed to scrub or do anything unusual, so she didn't. She hurried back out and went directly to the paddock where he was already standing inside with a rope in his hand. The bucket was still outside the fence, and she stopped beside it. He spoke without looking at her.
"I'm going to try to get this lasso around her neck, and I'm going to need to tie her up. We could wait until she goes down, but it's always harder to get them up once that happens."
She nodded and then realized he couldn't see her.
Okay, did you want me to do something?
He swung the lasso slowly.
"If you can keep an eye out, once I have it around her neck, I'm going to try to get it around one of the posts. Then I want to try to shorten the rope until we're standing with her head as close to the post as possible."
Got it.
Her voice held a lot more confidence than she actually felt. Wiping her hands down her jeans, she was glad she hadn't worn anything special. She'd actually considered it, then talked herself out of it because Colman wasn't supposed to be special to her. So she wore the jeans and t-shirt she'd worn in the office today with her sneakers. Colman's back was toward her, and she could see a dribble of sweat sliding down his neck under the brim of his cowboy hat. He had to be hot, although he was dressed the same as her, jeans and t-shirt, except he wore cowboy boots. Apparently, she got it right this morning, except for the boots. And the hat. The first time he threw the rope, he missed, since the cow Sadie had named Donna put her head down just as he let go. He rolled the rope back up, talking softly to her. Although she kept her eye on him, her head was down, and Sadie figured she probably didn't feel so good. Every once in a while, she tensed like she was pushing. Sadie kept an eye out for a little foot or something, but nothing appeared. The second time he threw, he got her, and he strode over in front of her to the closest post, throwing the rope around it while Donna pulled back. Sadie beat him there, seeing where he was going and running to help. She grabbed the end of the rope and wrapped it around the post 3 times as fast as she could.
"Nice,"
Colman said, and she tried not to glow under his praise.
"Now we're going to keep pulling it tighter, taking up the slack every time she gets a little closer."
All right.
She eyed him, still in the paddock with Donna, who pulled back against the rope, not happy to be tied.
It's not going to choke her?
"No, we'll ease up before it does. Although, if she falls down, be ready to loosen it to give her some breathing room."
Got it.
And she couldn't help muttering a last,
"Be careful,"
as Donna swung around, narrowly missing Colman as he jumped out of her way. Donna pulling tight against the rope, fighting it.
"It's good that she's fighting it. That means she's got some strength left."
How long has she been in labor?
Colman pushed her from behind, and she slowly worked her way up, with Sadie pulling the rope tight every time it got a little slack, keeping it wound around the post so that friction would help her hold the cow and not let the rope slip.
"I looked at her last night and figured she was in labor. I checked on her a couple of times through the night and again this morning. She didn't seem to be in distress, just laboring long."
He slowly worked his way up, pushing her forward as he talked.
"But the calf must be twisted or something, because it's not coming."
Maybe it's just really big?
Sadie asked, although she knew nothing about cows. Just knew that sometimes women who had big babies needed help.
Maybe, although that would be weird. Angus usually have small calves.
They finally got the cow so that her nose was almost touching the post.
I have a halter I'd like to try to get on her so she's not pulling on her neck the whole time. Hang on,
Colman said as he strode over to the side of the paddock where he had left the rope that Sadie hadn't noticed until he picked it up. He worked on it, doing some kind of loops with it while he brought it over.
I'm going to get out because I don't want her to crush me against the fence. Are you okay to keep holding that?
He asked.
Yeah, I got it wrapped around the post so many times, I don't really have to put any pressure on it at all.
Good. If the post holds, we'll be good.
She laughed.
Did you put the post in?
I did, so if it doesn't hold, it's all on me.
Colman grinned but didn't look at her as he was concentrating on putting the cow's nose through the small loop that he had, while he held the other end Sadie assumed would go over her ears once he had it on her face. She was right, although Donna did not want to be touched, and it took a few minutes until she was still enough for him to be able to get her nose where he wanted it, then slip the halter up over her head. Sadie used her shoulder to wipe away a drop of sweat that was hanging on her eyebrow. This was not exactly the way she wanted Colman to see her, since she figured her face was probably beet red and shiny and dirty as well, since Donna had been kicking up lots of dust. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and Colman took a second to look at the sky before he looked back at her.
I'm going to wrap this around the post. Once I do, we can loosen the rope you have and take it off her neck. We might need it if we need to put her down on the ground.
Okay,
She said uncertainly, not sure how one rope was going to put a cow down. He must have seen the confusion on her face, because as he worked the halter a little more, making it fit better, he said,
There's a way you can put it around their front and back, looping down around their legs, and when you pull it tight, it'll drop her. But I don't want to have to do that if we don't have to. I'd rather she have it standing up. Let's see what we can get into.
She nodded, watching as he wrapped the rope around, unwrapping hers as soon as he had 2 loops. He handed her his rope, and he took her end, shaking it a bit to loosen it from Donna's neck and then pulling it off.
This is going to be tricky, because we're going to need to undo that rope so I can move mine down the end of it. If I were better prepared, I'd have more than 2.
got it. We'll wait until she's not pulling on it, and then work fast.
I like it. She catches on quick.
Colman gave her a grin, although he wasn't looking at her, concentrating on the cow, with his hand on the ropes.
Now,
he said, but Sadie was already moving. Loosening her rope while he moved his rope down, she started wrapping it again before he had it completely off the other end.
let's hope everything else works out that well. That was a tricky part, and I've lost a few cows doing that.
I'm not sure how you were going to do this by yourself,
She said.
Usually when I start a project that's too big for me to do myself, God sends someone to help me.
He took another look at the sky, and although he didn't say anything, the grin that had been tipping his mouth up disappeared. Sadie glanced back just in time to see lightning flash in quick succession and note that the storm was a lot closer than it had been when she pulled in.
Looks like it's going to be a direct hit,
She said, wanting to talk because the sight made her uneasy. She loved thunderstorms. They didn't scare her or anything, but she didn't usually watch them from the corral.
Yeah, we might get wet.
Colman said, slipping between the fence rails, with a hand on his hat, and moving into the paddock.
If you think you can tie that rope so that it won't come undone, you can do that and come back here. This cow is nice and big, but sometimes my hands are a little too large to do what needs to be done.
Sadie wasn't exactly sure what needed to be done, but he seemed to be insinuating that her hands would be small enough to do it. Unfortunately, he was forgetting that her hands were attached to her head, and she wasn't sure her head was going to go along with the plan. Nonetheless, she wrapped the rope around the top rail of the fence and tied it as tight as she could, figuring they'd worry about untying it once they had the calf delivered. She slipped between the rails as she had seen him do, only further down just in case Donna moved against the fence, since she didn't want to get smashed. While Donna's head was attached tightly to the post, her entire body could move the whole 180 degrees from fence rail to fence rail. Still, she pulled back against the rope and didn't show any signs of moving. Colman walked over to where the bucket was, scooped some water out of it, and splashed it over his hands. Sadie saw what he did and walked over and did the same. She turned around, her hands still dripping water, in time to see Colman grab Donna's tail to move it out of the way. Donna threw a foot back, catching him about 4 inches above his knee with a resounding thwack. It sounded like it hurt, or even could have broken bones, but Colman showed no signs of having felt it. His hand slid around the tail, and instead of holding it, he got a grip underneath it and pushed it straight up in the air. On a normal day, if Sadie were in the paddock with him, supposedly helping, she might have admired not only his ability to take the pain of the kick and not quit doing what he was doing, but also the way his muscles moved under his t-shirt as he pushed the tail straight up with one hand and used his other hand to push into Donna's birth canal, slow but steady.
"If you hold their tail, they don't kick?"
she asked, coming over and standing to his side and slightly behind him, unsure of where the best place would be since he hadn't said.
"Yeah,"
he said. Then he grunted just a little.
"Everything I said about her still retaining a lot of strength is doubly true. That's smarted."
Despite her concern, Sadie laughed at his choice of words. She would bet it did more than smart, but she appreciated the fact that he hadn't ripped off a bunch of profanities or gotten angry at the cow. After all, Donna was just doing what she thought she needed to in order to protect herself and her calf. She didn't realize they weren't trying to hurt her, but were trying to help.
"I feel a foot,"
Colman said after a moment. His entire arm had disappeared inside the cow, and he seemed to be moving around, feeling.
"Is it alive?"
Sadie asked, scared to hear the answer.
"I think so. I think I felt it jerk."
He moved his tongue around in his mouth, like he was thinking hard, and then his brows drew down.
"I can't tell if it's a front foot. It's upside down, whatever it is."
"You can tell it's upside down?"
"Yeah, the fetlocks are up, and they should be pointed at the ground."
"I see."
She looked at Donna's front feet and thought she understood what he was saying about the fetlocks. There were 2 little hard things that stuck out above the hoof. She thought that was what he meant.
"I'm pretty sure it's a back foot."
His lips pressed together, and his face showed his absolute concentration on what he was feeling with his hand. More lightning flashed in the western sky, with the rumble of thunder behind it. Chapter 12. A lot of prayer. Nancy, in St. Petersburg, Florida. Sadie lifted eyes to the horizon, seeing the storm was headed in their direction. She could see what had been miles of grassland but was now covered in clouds and rain. Gray and dark, looming and ominous, they marched steadily toward them.
"I think you're right about us getting wet,"
she said softly, thinking that she probably wouldn't mind, although she wasn't looking forward to it. It was the lightning that scared her.
"You can go in the house if you want to. Don't feel like you have to stand out here with me. I'd feel terrible if something happened."
He cut off abruptly.
"What?"
Sadie asked, forgetting for the moment about the storm.
"A second foot? Yeah, that's a front."
He was silent for a moment.
"Man, this baby is all messed up. No wonder she couldn't push her out."
"Do we need to call the vet?"
"I was already on the phone with Lark. She's at a farm 2 hours away delivering a litter of piglets. She's gonna lose the mama, but she's trying to save the babies. I couldn't pull her away."
Oh,
Sadie said, realizing, maybe for the first time, that a vet was like a doctor, but a doctor was in the same building with the people who needed him.
"It's okay. I've delivered lots of calves. The only reason I called Lark was because I thought it might be a twisted uterus. I wanted to get a little advice and make sure I could get a hold of her if I needed it."
the uterus is twisted?
No, if it had been, I wouldn't be feeling feet right now. It would have been twisted tight, not letting the calf out no matter how hard the mama pushed. Without help, you'll lose both the baby and mama with that.
I see.
All of these life and death things she had never thought about or known.
Right now, I'm pushing the back foot back, and then I'm going to look for the other front. If I can get a hold of both front feet and find the nose, we can get this little guy facing the right direction. Maybe we can save them both.
And if we can't?
I've got a come-along in the barn, but I'm probably not going to use it until I'm sure it's dead.
She had no idea what a come-along was, and the idea of losing the calf made her want to tell him to hurry up. Even if the storm hadn't been coming, she wanted to get the baby out before it died. Unfortunately, all she could do was stand there, her hands clenched together, hoping that Colman would be able to do whatever needed to be done, all the things that needed to be done, in order to deliver a healthy calf.
"His head's twisted back,"
Colman finally said.
You can get it?
"I'm not sure. Not with one hand."
Do you need me to hold the tail?
Sadie asked tentatively. She didn't want to get kicked the way she'd just seen Colman get kicked. Not to mention, a little bit higher, and the cow would be hitting her right in the stomach.
"Do you think you can?"
I think.
"Honestly, if I were by myself, I'd probably let it down. There's a chance she might kick me again, but when I have my hands in her, it makes her want to push, and she forgets about kicking me."
Oh.
Well, if she didn't have to.
But my leg's still hurting, and I wouldn't mind not getting kicked again.
She took a breath, stepping behind him and putting her hands on the tail, one under his, one above it. She stretched out, pushing as hard as she could and quickly realizing it was a lot harder than it looked. She was going to be tired really fast.
I'm not sure how long I can do this.
Hopefully it won't have to be long. You got it?
I do. As much as I can, I think.
Great.
He pulled his hand out.
I'm gonna go over and rinse my hand off in the water. She's probably going to get infected anyway, but I'm going to do my best.
Sadie closed her mouth over the words that wanted to tumble out, wildly and with a lot of panic. She didn't want him to leave her, to stand there with the cow by herself. What if the cow started moving? She definitely didn't want the cow to kick, or break the fence post, or fall over, or whatever other things a cow could do. She was scared, and the thunder that kept getting closer didn't help. It was like a scary soundtrack for a movie. But she held her breath, kept her mouth tightly closed, and didn't say anything when he walked away. He was back surprisingly fast, and this time he put both hands in. She moved over a little to give him some room, since his shoulders were pushing into her side.
I'm sorry. I'd give you more room if I could.
You're fine.
Her t-shirt was soaked with sweat, because as the storm got closer, the humidity had been going up. She tried not to think about how ridiculously terrible she looked. Definitely, compared to how beautiful Peyton was at church, she was certainly no flaming beauty as she stood at the back end of a cow, both hands on its tail, sweating like a stuck pig. She tried to remember how much deodorant she'd used that morning. No more than normal, and she wished she'd had the foresight to use the entire bottle. Even if she and Colman never ended up together, she really didn't want his main memory of her to be sweaty and stinky standing at the back end of the cow, covered in the stuff that came out of it. Colman worked for a while in silence, Every once in a while, he'd say something like he was talking to the calf.
"Come on, come back here." Or, "Give me your head. That's it. Come on, little fella. Cooperate with me."
He worked in silence for a good minute, and then his face broke out in a grin and his body jerked.
"He just moved. He's still alive."
His excitement was infectious. Sadie had been afraid to allow herself to hope, but now she smiled. "Maybe it's a girl," she said, just because she was happy.
"Maybe. I'll name it after you if it is."
She laughed. It wasn't exactly an honor to have a cow named after her, not in her line of work. Maybe in his.
"All right, I think I have both front feet, and I'm pretty sure I have the head sitting on them the way it's supposed to be. The back legs aren't in position, but we'll see what we can do. She feels like she's pretty small."
Okay.
"You're gonna have to let go of the tail. I set the bucket down right behind us. Pull one of those chains out, make a loop, and hand it to me."
Pull one of the chains out. Make a loop. She had no idea what he was talking about, but she let go of the tail and walked back to the bucket, pulling the chain out and seeing a ring at the end. She carried it carefully so it didn't drag on the ground, since he'd been trying to keep everything clean. "A loop?" she asked when she had the chain over beside him.
"Pinch the chain together and put the pinched part through that ring."
She did, and he talked her through pulling it out, then pulling the extra chain back through.
"Make the loop twice as big as your fist. You're gonna need to hand it to me. I'm holding these legs and the head so I don't lose them."
"Hand it to you?"
"Yeah."
He turned his head, looking at her, his brows raised, like he knew he was asking her for something that she might not be able to do. Still, she saw confidence in his eyes, and more than that, hope. He wanted to save the calf, and he wanted her help in doing it. She couldn't not do what he wanted. "All right, I'll hand it to you," she said, like she was talking herself into it rather than answering him.
"Sadie,"
Colman said softly as she held the chain and took a deep breath. "Yeah?" she asked. His face was just inches from hers. There wasn't much room. Somewhere his hat had knocked off, and his hair was plastered to his head where the brim had been. Sweat rolled down his temple, and his mouth was set, but his eyes seemed concerned. She figured she looked worse, red-faced with sweat everywhere and streaks of dirt. Now she was about to do something she never thought she would.
"You don't have to."
"I do." She wouldn't let herself do anything less. If her doing this would save a calf, she'd do it, even if she had to close her eyes and hum Mozart to herself the entire time.
"That's my girl,"
Colman said. Then a bolt of lightning split the sky, seeming to land right beside them. Thunder cracked immediately, feeling like it filled the entire world up with a sound so big it reverberated in her head and vibrated the ground around her. Donna slid to one side, dragging Colman with her since his hands were inside of her. He bumped into Sadie, knocking her back. Rain started pattering all around them as Sadie lifted the chain up again. She didn't hesitate this time, but thrust her hand with the chain in between Colman's two arms. She shoved straight back, registering the warmth and wetness and not realizing it was going to feel so soft. Then, her hand bumped into something hard. "I feel the nose," she said as the rain started coming down harder, and lightning cracked again, not as close, but the thunder was almost as loud. It vibrated inside of her chest, making her heart beat faster, but the rain felt cool and good on her hot face, and it made a sharp contrast with the warmth of the inside of the cow.
"Can you find a foot?"
Colman's voice came right beside her ear, laced with humor and not quite as rumbly and deep as the thunder around. "Trying." She felt around.
"Feel up my arm to find my hand. I'm holding on both feet. Either one is fine."
Her fingers reached out, touching his hairy forearm, harder and rougher than the inside of the cow, and she followed it up like he said.
There it is.
Can you get the loop around the foot? It has to go clear up above the fetlocks, or we could squeeze the foot off when we're pulling.
He didn't need to shout to be heard over the rain, although it poured down around them, since his lips were right by her ear.
Got it. I'll try.
She struggled, thinking how much easier it would be to use two hands, but she wasn't sure there was enough room for that. Although, if the calf was going to come out, surely there would be. Still, once she got the chain up over the foot, Colman's fingers loosened, helping her move it over the fetlocks until he said,
That feels good. Pull it tight, but don't pull hard, because we want to get the other one on first.
Got it,
she said, doing what he told her to do, then pulling her hand out and going for the other chain. There were two things left inside the bucket. They looked like handles, and she figured they'd hook onto the chain somehow. But she didn't worry about that now, pinching the chain like she'd done earlier before putting it through the ring and making the loop the same way. She was completely soaked with rain, but at least the lightning had seemed to move on. She didn't hesitate this time, but shoved her hand in, latching onto his other forearm and sliding it up to find the foot. They got that loop on easier than the last one, since he had a free hand. 2 lines of 3-foot-long chain hung out of the cow.
Good. Pull it tight,
he said, and she did so. He pulled his arm out.
We'll put a handle on each chain, and then we'll pull. It'd be nice to get this baby out. I haven't felt her move since the last time.
Now it's a girl,
she muttered, somehow strangely exhilarated by the storm and the lightning and the idea that they might save a life, and working beside Colman, who was calm and knowledgeable, but patient as well. He hooked a handle on with the ease of someone who'd done it 1,000,000 times and held it up for her. He wasn't quite as close, so his voice came out more of a shout.
You want it?
I do.
Nothing can be harder than what she had just done. She wanted to see this through. He jerked his head down, then hooked his own handle on and said, Pull! Chapter 13. Putting God first in that relationship. Remembering that those wedding vows were not just a promise to your husband, but also promises to God. My husband just told me a few days ago that he's thankful I put up with him. I told him I had to. I told God that I would. We've been married 28 years. Marilyn Seabolt, from Huntsville, Tennessee. Colman put both hands on his handle and leaned back, putting everything he had into pulling. Sadie imitated his position, and they ended up behind the cow, partially crouched together.
Hopefully she'll start pushing, and we'll time our pulling to coincide with her pushing. We'll get a lot more done that way,
he said, not letting up. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, she noticed the cow contracting.
She's pushing,
Colman said.
Maybe we'll see feet.
I sure hope so,
he grunted, pulling.
A little nose.
Donna stopped pushing, and Colman eased up as well.
We'll give her a little break.
She eased up with him. When Donna started pushing again, they started pulling with her.
We don't have to do that, but it seems to go easier that way.
That's probably because it's the way it was meant to be.
She didn't see whether he nodded along in agreement or not, but she didn't hear him, because just before Donna quit pushing, she saw a little white tip that could only be a foot.
Did you see that?
She asked excitedly, the rain splattering on her face as she looked up at him. He nodded.
Looks good, doesn't it?
One side of his face pulled up, and she figured he was feeling exactly the same thing she was. She was wet and filthy and looked terrible with her hair smashed to her head by the rain, but she wasn't even thinking about it. All she was thinking about was saving the baby. It took about 3 more pulls as the rain pounded down around them before both feet and the little nose appeared. If she hadn't been so excited, she would have oohed and awed over the precious little life that appeared before them. But as much as she wanted to savor every second, she also wanted the baby out as fast as possible. She felt like it had taken long enough, and she wanted this little guy to live. 2 more pulls and the head was out.
"Once we get the front shoulders, it'll come out fast,"
Colman said, shouting to be heard over the rain. She nodded and bent back, her arms shaking with fatigue, but the adrenaline that was pumping through her body gave her the strength she needed to keep pulling. The shoulders came, and he was right. The rest of the body flopped out and slapped on the ground, which was now muddy and full of little pockets of water with more falling down.
"You can take the chains off,"
Colman said while he went up and put his hand in the nostrils and mouth, pulling away the goop. He didn't wait for an answer, and she didn't give one, just unhooked the chains as quickly as she could while he started loosening the rope on the post. She must not have made the knot too tight, because she'd barely gotten the second chain back in the water when he called out, "You ready?"
Yeah,
she called, hustling toward the fence.
"You should be good standing there. We want her to get a good nose for this baby so she knows it's hers."
He spoke as he unwrapped the rope from the post and pulled the halter down over the cow's head, taking it off and stepping out of the way. He grabbed a hold of one of the calf's front feet and dragged it around so it was right beside Donna's neck. She looked over curiously, not quite realizing that she was completely free, as Colman stepped back out of the way, winding the rope up and coming over and standing beside Sadie, either not noticing or not caring that the rain still poured down. They both watched as Donna looked around, put her nose down, and gave a good sniff. She was interested because she gave another sniff, and then her tongue came out and she started licking, cleaning the baby off and moving it gently as she did so. Sadie held her breath because she hadn't seen the calf move, not since Colman had dragged it around.
"Breathe. Come on, breathe."
Colman spoke low, but he didn't move. She figured there was probably nothing they could do. Either the calf was going to breathe or not. Donna started licking her calf in earnest, and maybe that was enough to stimulate it, but it shivered, and then its chest went up and down. A cough, and then the chest went up again.
she's breathing,
Sadie said, smiling, looking up at Colman.
"We did it,"
he said, grinning at her and putting an arm around her shoulders. She turned toward him, her arm going around his waist. The excitement that she felt mirrored in his eyes. She'd never done anything that exciting, never done anything that made her feel so alive and happy. And Colman had been beside her the entire time. She felt like they had just shared something special and awe-inspiring and amazing. Maybe he felt the same way. That's the way his face looked as he said,
"You were awesome. I couldn't have done it without you."
I wouldn't have done it without you,
she said, laughing up at him and allowing her arm to go further around his waist as he pulled her closer. Dimly, she realized he was about to kiss her, and that only added anticipation to the feelings of excitement and accomplishment, and she didn't wait for him to lower his head, but reached up as far as she could, threading her fingers in his hair and tightening her arm around his waist. Their lips met, the rain and the thunder and the storm around them heightening her senses and making her push closer, feeling her heart beat fast and her lungs work hard as he deepened the kiss, and she kissed him back with everything she had. It was Colman, and he was kissing her, and she didn't care about the rain or the cold or the wetness or how terrible she must look or anything other than getting closer and holding on and sharing what had to have been one of the most amazing moments of her life with him. But then lightning cracked, so close they could hear the snap and see the sparks, and Colman ripped away from her. Their eyes met for just a second, both of them wide and shocked as the thunder boomed and the air shook with the force of it. Colman glanced at the cow, who hadn't stopped for a minute with the thunder and lightning but was still licking her baby, who was now struggling to get up. "Come on," he yelled, grabbing her hand with one of his, shoving the rope over his shoulder, and picking up the bucket on his way by. They jogged out of the corral, closed the gate, and took off for the house in what felt like a dead sprint. Maybe he was shortening his stride to match hers because he wasn't pulling her, just running beside her. The whole time her feelings ripped and tilted inside of her. The excitement of the calf, the thrill that it had lived, the fulfillment of a lifelong dream in kissing Colman, and fear. Fear that it had just been the excitement of the moment that had led him to kiss her, and he was going to apologize for it when they got inside and make her feel like it had been the last thing he wanted to do. She tried to steel herself because that was going to be devastating. Then, as they jumped up the porch steps, two at a time, she decided maybe it would be better if she didn't wait around for him to tell her it was a mistake, and she'd say it first. That seemed like a really good idea. Chapter 14. Honesty, faith in God, and a keen sense of humor. Joy C. Colman couldn't keep himself from smiling. He was soaked to the skin, and he just had a near miss with that calf. But Sadie had been an awesome partner, the best he ever worked with, and together, not only had they saved the calf, but he felt like they'd moved forward, from friends to more. It's what he had wanted. He knew it now. He supposed he hadn't realized it, because it was so hard to think of her as anything other than a kid. Hard to realize that she was actually a grown-up. It seemed crazy, but now he felt like he'd been waiting years for her to grow up. And that kiss. It was definitely worth repeating. A lot. Her hand clutched his, trusting, and he swore to himself that he would never let her down. They reached the top of the steps and strode across the porch where he set the bucket down and opened the door for her, standing back so she could walk in first.
"You know what? I'm soaked, and I'm definitely not going to get any paperwork done. I think I might as well just jump in my car and go home."
"What?" She wouldn't meet his eyes, looking anywhere but him, and her hand slipped out of his. He hadn't thought to hold on to it. He hadn't thought she was leaving. Not that he would have kept her from it, but what had gone wrong? She'd been kissing him back. He was sure of it. And she did fine the whole time they were pulling the calf. Was this some kind of delayed reaction?
"I'm wet. I'm going home."
But...
"You know what? That kiss was a big mistake."
She put her hand up, acting like she knew what he was going to say. He hadn't been going to say anything about the kiss. He didn't know what to say about it, other than he'd like more. But he was pretty sure it wasn't like dessert where he could ask for seconds. If only. But now he tried to listen as she went on.
"I know you didn't really mean it, and neither did I. We were just wound up in the moment. So let's just pretend it never happened. It won't change anything. We won't let it. We're mature adults, and mature adults can kiss each other when they're overwhelmed with emotion and not get all bent out of shape about it."
She nodded her head like she was making total sense, and then she looked at him.
"Right?"
His mouth moved up and down. No, that wasn't right. He didn't go around just kissing people for kicks and giggles. If he kissed someone, it meant something. He wasn't the type of guy who tried to kiss as many girls as possible, not really giving a flip about any of them. That was wrong, just flat out stupid. He didn't treat people like that. Definitely didn't treat women like that, like they were a piece of trash that was disposable. How could he say that, though? She acted like that's what she thought about him. Maybe he was the piece of trash that was disposable. That didn't sit any better with him than the first thought had. "Well," he said, trying to find words. She'd shocked him. He thought they were totally on the same page, and then she came and blindsided him with all of this just act like nothing happened business. Maybe that was the best way to do it. Maybe she didn't have the same feelings for him, or maybe she was surprised, or maybe it bothered her that she was wet and didn't look her best. With 5 sisters, he knew that was the way females usually thought. Like somehow they had to be perfect all the time or men wouldn't fall in love with them. That was a crock of baloney as far as he was concerned, but his sisters didn't usually ask for his opinion. Just in case, he said, "I don't care how you look."
I do. I don't want to walk around looking like a drowned rat for the rest of the day, and it's uncomfortable to be wet.
He'd never seen Sadie angry, and she didn't seem angry now, but maybe a little irritated. He could only assume she was irritated at him, even though he really wasn't sure why, unless she was angry that he kissed her. "You were kissing me back," he stated. He was pretty sure it was a statement, anyway. It wasn't a question, because he was like 99% sure.
I said I was, and that's okay. We were both excited. There's nothing wrong with getting overwhelmed at times.
She started off the porch, and he was pleased to note that the rain had let up a little bit. He didn't like her driving in such a severe storm, although there hadn't been much wind, just a lot of lightning and thunder and that pouring rain. She raised her hand, waving as she turned around and called over her shoulder.
We'll set up a time for me to do that paperwork some other time. I want to go home and take a shower and get out of these wet clothes.
"Okay." His voice sounded more confident, although his brain was still scrambling to figure out what happened. "Maybe I'll see you tomorrow at the auction." He probably shouldn't have said that, because it just gave her the opportunity to reject him again. Because that's what this was, a rejection. Chapter 15. More give than take, but definitely communication is an essential key to making a marriage last. Having God in your marriage is also a must in my book, because through Him, all things are possible, and He will bring you through any trial. Deidre Avant, from West Monroe, Louisiana. She hadn't shown up. Colman supposed he should have figured on that, but he'd been hoping that he hadn't actually heard what Sadie said, or that she hadn't meant it. He was tempted to text her and tell her that the calf was up, and even took a short video with the thought that he might send it to her of the calf bounding around the paddock, kicking her heels up and lifting her tail in the air. He'd taken another one of her nursing from her mom, her little tail going back and forth, wagging like a dog's, the way calves did when they were nursing and happy. He hadn't sent either one, hadn't sent anything, because he figured he'd see if she came tonight. If she didn't, he figured he could take what she said at face value, as much as he didn't want to. It had been a slow night, with the auction taking longer and bidders taking their time. There hadn't been a ton of animals, and it made for a tiring night because he didn't stay busy. By the time the last animal had moved off the floor, he was in the back, one foot propped on the fence, his arm over the top, just waiting for farmers to pull in and get their animals so he could go home for the night. Normally, he loved his job, loved the business that he was in, loved working with his family, even if he did need some space from his sisters at times, and loved his town. Just was content with his life. He wasn't used to being down, and it bothered him.
"Don't usually see you all sour-faced. What's the matter?"
Nolt asked, coming beside him and imitating his position with one foot on the bottom rung and his forearms braced on top of the fence. This was another thing he dreaded. If he and Sadie were together, he was pretty sure Nolt would be happy about it. He valued Nolt's friendship. They'd been friends practically since they'd been born, and he wouldn't do anything intentionally to jeopardize that. He loved him like a brother, and he was pretty sure that if Nolt had to pick a guy out for his sister, Colman would be at the top of the list. Not being arrogant or anything, just Nolt respected him and liked him that much. So that would be fine, but if he kissed his sister and it didn't mean anything? Colman wouldn't appreciate any man who did that to any one of his sisters. He might not go and ring his bell, but he'd want to. That would jeopardize a friendship more than an actual serious relationship, where Colman cherished her the way she was meant to be cherished. Still, he needed to tell Nolt what he had done, because he didn't want it to get out around town and for Nolt to hear it that way. Sadie wasn't the kind of person who ran and told people everything. At least, he'd never seen that side of her. But she did have friends, and he knew how girls were, having seen his sisters more than once gather on their mom's bed or stand around the counter in the kitchen, giving every single detail about something that had happened. Most of the time, Colman walked away from those discussions, because he definitely was not interested in every single detail. Still, because of that, he couldn't discount that rumors could get around to his best friend, and he wanted Nolt to hear things from him.
"Something happened?"
Nolt finally asked, when Colman didn't say anything.
"I kissed your sister."
Nolt only had one sister, so he knew exactly who Colman was talking about.
"On purpose?"
Nolt asked, wrinkling his nose up and giving Colman a look that said he doubted his sanity.
"Yeah."
He didn't say anything else. He definitely didn't want to go into detail about what an amazing kisser Sadie was. He was pretty sure Nolt didn't want to hear anything about that anyway, and even if he did, Colman didn't want to talk about it. It felt too private. Plus, he couldn't really put his feelings into words. The excitement and exhilaration he felt because of the storm and the calf, yeah, but also because everything they had done had helped him see Sadie through new eyes. She wasn't the little girl he'd always thought of her as. She was a woman for sure, and one that he admired and loved being around. Wanted to be around more. She was the kind of woman he wanted to be around for the rest of his life.
"Why?"
Nolt finally said. Colman thought about the calf and the storm and all the things that had happened, but he didn't want to get into it.
"It's a long story. I did it on purpose, and I'd do it again, but I don't think she wants me to."
"You kissed her when she didn't want you to?"
"No, she wanted me to at the time. I'm just saying she doesn't want me to again."
Man, he didn't want Nolt getting that idea.
"That's not going to happen. She's just a kid."
Nolt said it dismissively, like Sadie was 12 instead of 22.
"That's as old as Shasta is, and you married her."
Colman felt his logic was reasonable. People stirred around them, and a couple went behind them. The sale was over, and people were going to be filing out. Pretty soon, Colman would be needed out front, but right now, his sisters Marigold and Orchid were helping to load animals, and he wasn't needed. Normally, he went over and one or both of them could go home while he finished up. He didn't really feel like it tonight, although he would, but he waited for Nolt to answer him.
That's different. I know they're the same age, but Shasta had a harder upbringing. She was a foster kid and went from house to house and that kind of thing. It grows you and matures you.
He lifted a hand off of the fence, almost as though he were trying to get Colman to understand what he was saying.
Sadie, on the other hand, she's been sheltered her entire life. She's never had to fight for anything. Life has never knocked her down. She's never had to claw her way back up and do the kind of scrappy things that mature you, you know?
Colman had been tempted at that point to tell his friend about the calf and how Sadie had stepped up to the challenge, how she'd done everything she needed to do and had done it immediately without a lot of fanfare. She'd been a big help, and she was part of the reason that calf was still alive. But that would take too much time, and he didn't want to get into the story.
"When's the last time you looked at her?"
he asked instead.
"I mean, really looked at her."
"I look at her every day. She wasn't here tonight, but I saw her at the garage earlier. She looked fine." Colman steepled his hands together and stared at them for a bit. Nolt wasn't going to have his mind changed, any more than Colman probably would have had his mind changed before he'd worked with her yesterday. He touched the ring that lay under his shirt, thought about that for a moment. Yeah, there was no point trying to talk Nolt into seeing Sadie for anything other than his kid sister.
"So you're okay,"
Colman said, referring to the kiss.
"That you kissed her?"
Nolt said, getting it right away.
"Yeah."
"I trust you, man." Nolt straightened, putting his hand on Colman's shoulder. "I know you're upright and you have integrity. I'd trust my sister with you any day. I do think you need to look around. There's Peyton, who owns the bookstore. She's a pretty nice lady, and she's mature. She matches you. She's almost matronly, with a few gray hairs. She's definitely seen some life, and she's not going to be a giggly and silly, always laughing at something kind of girl like Sadie." Colman almost snorted. He liked seeing her laughter and her joy and the inner beauty that shone from her eyes. It wasn't that Peyton didn't have it. She was just like Nolt said, more mature. And she almost looked old enough to be Sadie's mother, not age-wise, but action-wise. And somehow, Colman found that he preferred the happiness, because she fit with his own personality, since he had a tendency to be more serious.
"If Peyton and I would get together, it would be about as exciting as reading a book on the mating habits of grass."
"Grass doesn't mate."
"Exactly. It'd be a boring book, and Peyton and I would bore each other to tears."
"If you say so, I still think you should give that a shot. You guys look like a match made in heaven." Nolt squeezed his shoulder, then smacked his back. "I'm headed home. I bet my wife is probably wondering what happened to me."
"Sure. I should go help my sisters. They're probably wondering what happened to me, too."
Colman walked away, thinking that Nolt might be right, but it didn't matter if Peyton seemed like she would be perfect for him. He just wasn't interested. Chapter 16. Respect and forgiveness. Giving each other space to mess up sometimes. Laugh at yourself and together. Choosing to be happy, not expecting your spouse to make you happy. Talk, talk, talk. Communicate. Share your hurts and joys. Honesty. Loyalty. Glenda Hislop, from Grand Isle, British Columbia, Canada. "You what?" Shasta said, her body jerking against Nolt in the bed. Nolt ran his hand down her bare back and smiled in the dark. "Don't worry, I knew what I was doing."
You're supposed to help me match him up with Sadie, not Peyton.
You don't understand the way men are, Nolt said with confidence. Shasta leaned over him, one arm on his chest, one resting on his pillow with her hand under his head, and he liked whatever it was that her fingers were doing on the back of his neck. He lifted one leg up, loving the way it felt as it slid along hers.
Pay attention, I'm not done with you.
Talk faster, he said, allowing humor to color his tone.
I'm serious. Sadie is head over heels for Colman, and you just pushed him toward Peyton. How could you?
Men don't like to be told what to do. The harder you push, the more he's going to push back. If I stood there and told Colman all the wonderful things about my sister, he'd roll his eyes, say she was a child, and tell me to call him in 10 years when she grew up.
And he'd be married for 5 of those 10 years, to someone else,
Shasta said, although she settled down some, and her leg moved back over his as her hand moved down his bicep. He wanted to quit the conversation right there and do something a little more interesting, but he knew his wife would want to have some closure to the conversation. We can't make him like someone he doesn't like, but if I push him in a direction he doesn't want to go, he's going to push back, and hard. So I pushed him toward Peyton. He doesn't want to go in that direction, so it will make him more determined to go after Sadie.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure. He considered that maybe he shouldn't be telling his wife this. She might use it against him. It was a little bit of manipulation, and normally he wouldn't do it with his friend. But Colman had looked so glum he had wanted to do something to help.
You don't think he'll keep thinking that since Sadie is your sister, he doesn't want to cross that best friend's sister's boundary or whatever?
Shasta said, sounding like that was about the dumbest thing she'd ever heard, but it really was a thing. No, I'm pretty sure Colman knows I think he's about the best man in the world, and I'd be proud to call him brother, as in truly being a brother, instead of just a friend who's like a brother. But just in case, I let him know that I was okay if he and Sadie got together.
Are you sure? That wasn't just some kind of man speak where you grunted and he grunted and then you grunted again, and then you decided that what you meant was that he was able to be with Sadie and he thought your grunt meant supper was good and you guys totally didn't understand anything anybody said? Shasta said, and he laughed outright.
We weren't grunting.
I have never heard a conversation between the two of you where at least half of it wasn't grunting.
Really? Nolt said, getting a little sidetracked as his hand found an area of extra soft skin. She slapped at him.
Stop that! I'm serious.
So am I, he said, kissing the side of her jaw, then moving down her chin and kissing that.
Okay, you can keep doing that, but please tell me you weren't grunting.
Nolt grunted.
I mean it, Nolt.
I wasn't, I promise.
And he understood that you're okay with him being with Sadie.
He understood. They kissed.
His wife gasped.
That was part of the reason he hadn't told her. He figured they'd have to talk about that for a while, and he was more interested in doing some kissing of his own than he was in talking about his best friend kissing his sister.
They what?
They kissed, and that's all I know about it. I promise.
I want details.
You're going to have to talk to Sadie, although it might be a good idea for you not to tell her where you heard about it, because Colman might be in trouble for telling me.
You're right. I can't believe she didn't text me right away. The fact that she didn't means that there's some kind of problem.
Her hand had stopped moving on the back of his neck, and she laid her cheek on his chest like she was thinking. He wanted her to stop thinking, not start thinking harder.
You know, I'm a little jealous.
Jealous? She asked incredulously, lifting her head up.
Yeah, there was Colman talking about the kissing that he got to do, and I'm still waiting on mine.
Really?
There was humor in her voice as she got closer to him, as he figured she would.
Really? Here I am, a newly married man, and already my wife has better things to do than spend her time kissing me. She'd rather talk about her best friend's kiss.
Shasta's lips came down on his, and she must have felt his smile, because she lifted her head almost immediately. You are sad.
I know, and lonely. I need to be kissed.
I have no sympathy for you at all.
Sympathy wasn't the reaction I was going for, but it could be a start.
So, what were you going for?
Passion would be a good one. Or you could give me a mercy kiss. That would be okay, too.
How about I just give you a kiss that says I love you?
That's the best kind.
She ran her leg over his again, and this time he wasn't smiling when she lowered her head. Definitely, he'd rather be doing his own kissing. He'd think about his friend tomorrow. Chapter 17. Being patient. You don't always have to be right. Shirley A. Schmeier, originally from South Dakota, now California. Saturday morning, Colman showed up outside the used bookstore 15 minutes before it was scheduled to open. He parked his truck across the street and just sat there. He was not missing Sadie today. He could have seen her any time this week by visiting the garage, but she'd have been working, and he didn't really have anything to talk to her about, so it would have been an awkward meeting with her brothers wondering what was going on and him not really being able to say. After all, there wasn't anything going on between them. Yet. They'd agreed to meet here this week, so he didn't feel like he was doing anything weird by being here, expecting a meeting with her. Not really a date. Just walking into the bookstore together to try something she'd recommended. The only thing he hadn't done was to text her to make sure on the time. He hadn't wanted to do that, because he hadn't wanted to take the chance that she might text him back and say that she wasn't coming. He also hadn't wanted her to ignore his text and decide she wasn't coming because he would be here. She had told him that she always showed up on Saturdays, or had since the bookshop had opened, so he felt pretty confident she'd be here today. He almost parked his truck behind the bookstore, just because he didn't want her to see it and change her mind about stopping. It was 6:15 when Sadie's car pulled up, coming from the opposite direction. He could see her expression when she recognized his truck and knew he was sitting there. His heart thumped hard in his chest as he opened his door and got out. He walked around, waiting at the front corner of it with his arms crossed over his chest, leaning on the bumper. He knew his position said, without a shadow of a doubt, that he was waiting on her. Did it matter? They'd agreed to meet, so it wasn't like he was doing something odd by being here waiting. Of course, their agreement had come before he kissed her. He felt like a teenager again as he watched her get out of her car, nervous that she would pretend she hadn't seen him, or ignore him on purpose, or wave and walk by. But he didn't really care because of the chance she wouldn't. The chance she would greet him with a smile, or even not with a smile, but just walk over to him and acknowledge that they were together for just this morning, was worth the chance that he'd be rejected. He hadn't been this unsure about something in a long time. Maybe it was just his imagination, but it felt like she got out of her car a lot more slowly than what she needed to. He didn't move, but his stomach felt like it was spinning and his hands were sweating. She closed the car door and turned around, glancing at the bookstore, and his heart stopped.
Then, after just a moment's hesitation, she turned toward him and started walking. Relief made his head feel light, and he didn't realize he was holding his breath until he sighed a huge sigh of relief.
"A fella's got to get up pretty early if he wants to see you,"
he said.
We never set a time. I wasn't expecting you.
"I was ready to wait all morning."
It was true, although it sounded sappy and stupid. More of his inner high school insecure self than the 34-year-old he was.
Wow,
she said. She looked like she wanted to say more, but their exchange felt awkward, and he knew it was his fault.
"I just wanted to let you know that little Sadie, the calf we delivered, is doing really well."
Her eyes lit up, and she smiled, and some of the awkwardness dissipated between them.
Really? She made it?
"Sure did. After you left, I walked over, and she was already on her feet nuzzling her mom, hungry."
That's amazing. I wish I could have...
She stopped abruptly, as though remembering the reason she'd left so fast. He hurried to speak so she wouldn't remember that she felt uncomfortable with him.
"It takes a while. I stood there for a half hour or more, waiting until she finally found breakfast. But Sadie's got a good mom. Although I had to treat her because she didn't clean."
Didn't clean?
Her brows drew down.
"A lot of times when they have trouble like that, where we have to pull them, they don't expel the placenta. So Dr. Lark ended up out at my place. I still have Donna in a paddock. I'll give her a few more days just to make sure she's going to be okay. But definitely, little Sadie is doing well."
I can't believe you named her after me.
"It's on her ear tag."
Wow.
She grinned, looking down at the ground, like she was a little embarrassed to have a calf named after her, but he could tell she liked it too.
"I'm hungry. You?"
I could smell the French toast bake as soon as I got out of my car. I was a little afraid she'd bake something else.
"If she does, it'll probably be just as good,"
he said, pushing from his truck and falling into step beside her as they crossed the street. He didn't care what the bookstore lady made. Sawdust with ketchup and motor oil would have brought him here just as much as anything else. For once in his life, it wasn't about the food. It was all about the lady beside him. They'd no sooner started walking than movement up toward the church caught his eye. 4 of the peacemakers were on their way down, 2 using walkers. Miss Teresa talked and shook her head like she was trying to talk everyone out of something.
"Looks like we're going to have company for breakfast."
That's okay. I think we're early enough that we're not in any danger of having it run out. Peyton seems to make more every week.
They crossed the street and met the peacemakers just as they arrived at the door of the bookshop.
Colman,
Miss Charlene said, never afraid to take the lead.
We were hoping we would meet you here today. We were so excited to talk to you about Peyton's French toast bake. She agreed to give us a tour of the kitchen if we got here early. I'm sure you're going to want to see it too.
Miss Charlene took his arm, and while he didn't fight her, he opened his mouth to let her know he was here with Sadie. But he hadn't gotten any words out when Miss Vicky took Sadie's arm and said,
I was hoping you could talk to me for a few minutes. I want to schedule one of your trucks for the Labor Day parade. Actually, what I would really like to do is go to the lot and pick out the truck that I want to lead the float. I talked to Nolt a few weeks ago, and he said I could. He said that he put you in charge of it, and I should give you all the details, and you'd give me a tour and let me know.
Miss Vicky acted like she wanted to do it that second, and Colman was going to remind her that if she left now, she'd miss the kitchen tour. But Miss Vicky kept talking.
I was already here and visited with Peyton, and I've already seen the kitchen. I know you and Peyton are good friends, and you probably have too. So, if you don't mind, while I have a few extra minutes and those ladies are taking the tour, if we could just drive on out to your garage and you could go ahead and show me the trucks. Nolt said they would be all there on Saturday, and that would be the best day to see them all.
Miss Vicky was not giving Sadie a chance to say no, but already had a hold of her arm and was guiding her back across the street. Sadie looked back, and her eyes met Colman's. If it hadn't been so frustrating, he might have laughed with Miss Vicky holding onto her arm and pulling her in one direction, and Miss Charlene holding onto his arm and pulling him in another. It wasn't exactly Romeo and Juliet, but he did kind of feel like there wasn't anyone in this town who wanted Sadie and him to get together. Maybe it made him a terrible person, but that made him all the more determined that if that's what Sadie wanted, that's what he was going to fight for, because it was definitely what he wanted. Of course, he would have really liked it if Sadie would have flat out told Miss Vicky no, that they had met and that she was going to eat with him. But maybe she figured that she wouldn't be eating with him if the peacemakers were taking him on a tour of Peyton's kitchen. He'd go on the tour, but he wasn't so desperate to be married that he was going to end up married to the wrong woman or to a woman who would bore him to death.
Come on, Colman. I'm hungry. I didn't even have my coffee yet this morning,
Miss Kathy said, grabbing his other arm and pulling him along with Charlene into the shop, while Miss Teresa held the door. Miss Teresa wasn't saying anything, but she watched him closely. He had the feeling that she wasn't quite on board with what the other ladies were doing, but he wasn't exactly known for his ability to be intuitive, and it could have just been he was desperate to have someone on his side. Miss Charlene and the ladies greeted Peyton behind the counter, reminding her that she had promised them a tour of her kitchen. Peyton smiled graciously and told them to come through the back door and around, and she would meet them there with hairnets and show them her small space. She seemed a little bewildered that someone would want to tour her kitchen, but she was politeness personified, even if she did raise her brows to her hairline when Miss Charlene told her that Colman was excited to see her kitchen. While they were walking back to the door that led to the kitchen from the back of the bookstore, Miss Charlene said,
I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
There was some kind of waving and signaling going on before Miss Kathy and Miss Teresa also seemed surprised that they had forgotten to use the restroom this morning and needed to do so immediately. Colman was just 3 steps from the kitchen door when the ladies deserted him, and Peyton opened it a few seconds later. She looked around, bewildered.
Did you lose your entourage?
She asked with a baffled grin. They're in the restroom.
That seems to be where ladies spend a lot of their time when they go out,
she said, and he appreciated the humor in her voice, although her smile wasn't Sadie's, and there was no laugh to accompany her words, and he found himself wishing for darker hair and crinkled eyes and the energy that seemed to surround Sadie.
You might as well come on in.
Peyton stepped back, opening the door wider, and Colman figured it would be rude for him to do anything but walk through the door, even though he had zero interest in seeing her kitchen.
I'm pretty sure the ladies grabbed you and pretty much kidnapped you, giving you no choice about coming back here.
Peyton began before the door was barely shut. That's pretty much the way it happened, he said, surprised that she was that astute.
And I'm betting they all decided they had to go to the restroom because they wanted to give us a few minutes alone.
Colman hadn't come to that conclusion, but it sounded reasonable. It had been kind of odd that everyone all of a sudden decided they had to go. He lifted his shoulder. Maybe. Peyton fingered a hot pad sitting on the counter.
Maybe you haven't been getting this impression, but I feel like the entire town is trying to throw us together.
Even Sadie. She'd said several times about what a great match he and Peyton would be. Was Sadie really in on it too? The thought unnerved him and gave him a sinking, heavy feeling in his chest. Maybe that was the only reason she'd agreed to meet him today. Maybe she was in on this plan, and maybe that's why she was so upset about the kiss, because she truly hadn't wanted it.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not, and that neither you nor I are interested in doing what the town wants us to do.
He didn't want to insult her, so he tried to tone down his reaction. So instead of the "I'm in, sister" that wanted to come out of his mouth, he said,
I'm glad to hear you feel the same way I do.
"I do." She hesitated, then continued, glancing at him as though to judge his reaction to her words. "I couldn't help but notice in church on Sunday, you seemed to be looking at a certain young lady and couldn't take your eyes off her the whole time you were supposed to be talking to me."
I'm sorry.
"No, it's okay. I thought it was beautiful. I really appreciate a man who's completely devoted, and—"
I'm not. We're not together.
"But you want to be." Peyton's voice lowered, and there was a note of complete understanding in it.
Yeah.
There was no point denying it. Maybe Peyton would go tell Sadie, and Sadie would laugh and say there was no way she wanted to be with someone like Colman. And she would be justified in calling him an old man, among other things. Compared to her age, anyway. But that didn't stop him from hoping. "And I know Sadie had said she wanted to bring you in so you could try the French toast bake. I assume since I saw one of the ladies leading her away, she's not going to be back in time to eat it with you?" Colman thought about how many trucks Sadie's family had and how long it would take Miss Vicky to go through them all, and he shook his head.
No.
"Then here, I wouldn't do this for just anyone, but I feel bad that I seem to be caught in the middle of something that could be a beautiful love story, and I seem to be interrupting what could be a natural progression of you two getting together."
It's not your fault. You can't help what's going on, any more than I could have jerked my arm away from the ladies and been rude to them this morning.
"I think they know that too." Peyton smiled, holding out a piece of paper with handwriting on it. "I copied this from my mom's recipes. It's exactly what I make on Saturdays. I thought it would be fun for you and Sadie to make it together." Colman reached out to take the paper, but he felt he needed to be honest, so he said,
I'm not really a baker or a cook or much of anything in the kitchen.
"I don't think that matters. I think what matters is that she's going to know you wanted to spend time with her. She's going to know that you didn't eat this without her, but you took the trouble to get the recipe so that you could do it together. I think that you putting her first, you making time for her, you wanting to do something with her, means far more than whatever skill you might have or not have in the kitchen." Colman had his fingers on the paper, but he raised his eyes from it and looked at Peyton. Her face was a little dreamy, and she spoke softly, like the things she was telling him were things that maybe she did once upon a time, or maybe things that she had wanted to do, and no one had ever cared enough about her to want to do them with her. He found himself feeling sad for her. Sad about the idea that she longed to be loved and cherished by someone who would make time for her. Someone who would stop their work just to goof off in the kitchen and make a recipe together. Who would care enough about her to make sure she knew she was special to him by not sharing something with other people that he had promised to share with her. Normally he didn't have that much insight, but it wasn't hard to read the soft sweetness on Peyton's face and see her desire for a love story of her own. He pulled the paper from her fingers, glanced down at it, then folded it and tucked it in his back pocket.
I appreciate the recipe, but I appreciate the advice even more.
He wasn't a romantic. He didn't have the slightest idea of what to do to let Sadie know she was special to him, not just the same as every other girl. He felt like Peyton had just given him a huge hint, advice that would help him show Sadie without words what he wanted and what she meant to him. His words made Peyton smile. "I'd appreciate it if you don't share that with anyone. It's making me a lot of money right now."
I won't. And
maybe he was getting ahead of himself a bit, but he couldn't help but say,
And if it works out the way I want it to, we'll have you cater our wedding.
Peyton laughed, almost as though she knew he was pretty far away from a wedding, if he wasn't even sure how to tell his girl that he wanted more than working beside her and kissing her in the rain. But before she could say anything else, the peacemakers filed back in the kitchen, talking and oohing and eyeing over the workspace that Peyton had created. He had the recipe, he had the idea, and now all he needed was a time to implement it. Chapter 18. God first, humor second. We have been married 65 years. Like a remark Jerry Falwell made when asked if he'd ever thought of divorce, and he said, "No, but murder a few times." Anonymous, Clarington, Ohio.
You did what?
Shasta sprawled in a chair in Sadie's office, one leg over the arm of the chair, leaning back with her hands folded over her chest. But at Sadie's last words, she'd straightened and leaned forward.
You guys could have died.
I know, Sadie said simply.
What do you mean, you know? What were you thinking? Why didn't you go inside? Colman didn't, and I couldn't leave him,
Sadie said, knowing that wasn't exactly what it was, but she hadn't really thought about it.
So if Colman jumps off a bridge, you'll jump off a bridge too?
Shasta said, using an argument surely one of her foster parents had used on her.
No, not exactly. We just did what needed to be done. You could have waited until the rain was over and done what needed to be done. But the calf might have died by then. We were in the middle of pulling it out. We couldn't just stop because it was raining. And thundering and lightning. Don't you know lightning kills people? I know, and I don't want you to think that we were being stupid unnecessarily, but when you have an animal that's depending on you, then it's your job to keep it safe, to take care of it, to save its life. You can't just quit because it's dangerous. An animal isn't worth your life,
Shasta said, sounding reasonable.
The Bible says a righteous man regardeth the life of his beast. It talks about David killing a bear and a lion. Do you not think that David's life was in danger when he killed them? But he did it because it was his job to watch the sheep. He was doing his job, and if he died, in the line of duty if you want to use that terminology, then so be it. But you can't just neglect your job because there's danger involved. Jesus is the good shepherd. He cares for the life of his sheep. Exactly. Jesus gave his life for the sheep. And not that I think we should just die for our animals, and I wouldn't have looked down on anyone who had gone in, because it was scary, and you're right, it was dangerous. But I think maybe sometimes in our society, we're so concerned about keeping ourselves safe and not getting hurt that we forget that life requires a certain amount of character, a certain amount of courage, a certain amount of sacrifice. And sometimes that comes with injury or death. But you do what you're supposed to do, and you want to be able to be depended on, even if it's only a cow that's depending on you. That's a really old-fashioned way of looking at things. I think sometimes we try to reinvent the wheel, and we end up with something less than what we started with. Okay, I can agree with you on that. But you did what after he kissed you? You told him it didn't mean anything? Really? Yes,
Sadie said, realizing from Shasta's reaction that maybe telling Colman their kiss hadn't meant anything wasn't the smartest thing she'd ever done.
I can't believe you brushed it off. He was going to brush it off. I wanted to beat him to it. I didn't want him to have to let me down easy. What in the world makes you think he was going to brush it off?
Shasta asked. It was the most exasperated Sadie had ever seen her.
That's what guys do. I mean, it was just a kiss in the moment. Then they always apologize and just act like it didn't mean anything, and I didn't want him to know how much it meant to me.
Shasta leaned back in her chair and put her arm on the armrest, cradling her chin in her hand.
But you want Colman. You've wanted him since junior high. I know. Since you gave him that ring. Please don't mention that. Sadie, you cut yourself off before you even gave him a chance to say whether or not you meant something to him. I was scared. When you want something, you have to walk through the fear. You have to face it. You have to realize that it might be painful. You might get hurt. How can you expect to get what you want, what God has for you, if you don't fight for it? If you don't put yourself out there? If you don't take the risk?
Shasta had been emphasizing her words with hand gestures, and now, too restless to sit, she stood.
You see what I'm saying? Nothing in life comes easy. God doesn't just drop everything that's important into your lap. I mean, come on. He does give us blessings, but he doesn't hand things to us. Part of what makes us better people are the things that we have to fight for. The times we got knocked down and got back up anyway. The hard times are what grows your character. If you avoid that, if you're too scared to face it, and if you're too scared to put yourself out there, too scared to take the chance, too afraid of the rejection, of the hurt, of the embarrassment, whatever it is, you'll never go forward. You'll just keep standing still.
Sadie pressed her lips together, knowing that every single thing Shasta said was absolutely true. And everything she said had been what Sadie had been afraid of, hadn't done, had sabotaged by giving in to her fear, instead of trying to stand as boldly as she could and face that kiss and the repercussions head on. But there was one more thing, one problem she needed to take care of.
I had told the peacemakers that I would try to get Colman and Peyton together. If I'm going to go around kissing Colman and developing a relationship with him, or at least trying to, then I'm not keeping my word. So go back to the peacemakers, tell them you tried, tell them Colman doesn't seem the slightest bit interested in Peyton, which is the absolute truth, and tell them that you did what you said you were going to do, which was try to help them, and now you're done.
Sadie stared at Shasta. Could she do that? She'd always worked until the job was finished. But sometimes things just didn't work out. Sometimes it was obvious that a person was wasting their time working on something that was never going to be worthwhile. How did she know when it was time to quit?
I'm not a very good quitter,
she said softly. It had been true. Her dad had never allowed them to quit. Whatever they started, they had to see it through, even if it was only for a season. Like the year she thought it would be fun to run cross-country because of the scenery. She hadn't realized she'd be so tired from running that from 2 minutes into each run until she crossed the finish line, she wouldn't notice a thing about the scenery and would only be concentrating on putting one foot in front of the other. Her dad still hadn't allowed her to quit. But he hadn't made her take it the next year.
Stop looking so glum, please,
Shasta said, coming over to Sadie's desk and putting her hands down on it.
You're the one person in the world that I can count on to always give me a smile, cheer me, give me a laugh, be up. I hate seeing you down like this. I hate being down like this. I don't understand why he wouldn't have told the ladies he was meeting with me and he wasn't interested in being with them. You didn't tell Miss Vicky that you couldn't go with her because you were meeting with him.
Sadie had already told Shasta about what had just happened that morning, which had led into what had happened on Tuesday, since she hadn't seen Shasta to tell her since then. It wasn't something she felt like she could talk about over the phone.
You're right. I could have said something too. I'm pretty sure Colman isn't sitting at his desk with his head in his hands wondering why you didn't tell him you couldn't stay with him. But he probably feels the same way. You think? I do. You think he likes me? I don't see how he couldn't, Shasta said. Spoken like a true friend.
Sadie smiled and shook her head. She supposed it was the mark of a true friend for Shasta to look at her and see someone that anyone couldn't help falling in love with.
It's just been such an impossible dream for so many years. Maybe I was deliberately trying to sabotage myself because I'm scared what might happen if the dream actually becomes reality.
She still had trouble convincing herself that she'd actually kissed him, like really and truly kissed him. And it had been amazing, spectacular, so good that just thinking about it made her toes curl and her stomach warm. But it wasn't just Colman's kiss that drew her to him. That was just icing, a really good kind of icing, since for the whole time she'd been crushing on him, she'd had no idea if she'd actually enjoy being kissed by him. That question had been answered.
I don't know whether he likes you like that or not. Not without asking him and having him say it himself. But I know what I've seen, and from that, I'm pretty sure he does. But regardless of whether he does or not, backing away, turning around and running from him, not facing things, you're never going to find out. You're never going to know. You have to have the courage to walk into the dark unknown. I know. I guess I feel like if he rejects me, it's final, you know?
Shasta's face showed understanding, and her lips pulled back. But she shook her head.
I get it, but don't feel like that. Plenty of people have been rejected but have not given up and just stayed friends. And sometimes that turns into more. Sometimes you have to be patient. But you won't know unless you take a chance. You're right. I guess the first thing I need to do is talk to the peacemakers.
She glanced at the clock. It was still another 35 minutes until she usually took her lunch break.
Are you going back through the shop when you leave? I am, and I'll let Nolt know that you're taking an early break. So if you want to go now to talk to the peacemakers, go right ahead. That's the most awesome thing about having a friend, a true friend who really knows you.
She hugged her friend tightly, loving that Shasta didn't tell her what she wanted to hear all the time, although she didn't hesitate to hand out sympathy and compassion. But she was also able to say the hard things, give her the lecture that she needed, the boost, the encouragement to stretch herself and grow.
You should be a motivational speaker,
she said when she backed away, grabbing her purse.
You're the only person in the world who finds me motivational, Shasta said with a laugh. I'm gonna stick with my paintings.
They waved at each other, with Shasta going out the door that led to the shop and Sadie going out the door that led to her car. She hadn't had breakfast, but she wanted to get this over with. So she drove directly to the church, where the peacemakers almost always were. Sure enough, there were several cars in the parking lot, and she figured she'd at least be able to talk to a couple of them, if not all. She walked into the cool basement, and 4 heads went up, 8 eyes looking startled to see her.
Sadie, Vicky was telling us that you gave her an excellent tour of your equipment, and she was able to choose a truck for our Labor Day parade float.
Sadie smiled at Miss Charlene and nodded.
Vicky seemed really interested in the shop and the trucks, and I was surprised at how much time she wanted to spend on everything.
She thought they'd never get done, because as much as she loved showing her family's business, it seemed like overkill to get in and out of every truck, especially when no one on the parade route would be seeing the insides. The peacemakers had ended up coming and picking Vicky up from the shop. She hadn't made a decision on which truck she wanted until they showed up.
Vicky is nothing if not thorough, Miss Charlene said with a firm nod. Yes, well, I actually came here to talk to you guys about something else. Of course, you're always welcome here. Did you have lunch yet?
Miss Charlene asked, standing up and walking toward the room where the small church kitchen was located.
No, I actually haven't. Then let me get you a bowl of soup. We've had it simmering on the stove, and we were planning on eating it for our lunch.
If you wait 10 minutes, there's bread in the oven,
Miss Teresa said.
That sounds amazing. Fresh bread and soup.
If Sadie had more time, that's the kind of meal she'd love to make. Fresh bread, soup, homemade things that were good for a person. Nourishing. Of course, making them for just one person seemed like overkill so many times. Not to mention, it was discouraging. She didn't want to be cooking for just one person.
You're young. Be patient,
she reminded herself.
So, what can we help you with today?
Miss Vicky said, coming over and putting an arm around Sadie.
Well, I promised you all that I would help in your matchmaking efforts.
She took a deep breath as the ladies just looked at her.
You know, with Colman and Peyton. Oh, yes, I remember. We're getting those two together.
Miss Charlene acted a little bit like she hadn't remembered it at all, which made Sadie think that this morning when they'd split Colman and her up, leading her off to the garage and taking Colman into Peyton's kitchen, that hadn't been an accident. She didn't know why it took so long for her to think of that, and why she hadn't been suspicious as soon as she saw the peacemakers coming down the sidewalk just as she pulled in. Funny how gullible she could be sometimes, except the peacemakers were such sweet old ladies. Well, they could keep working on Colman and Peyton if they wanted to, but...
I've been trying, and Colman just doesn't seem interested. I feel like I've done everything I can, and I don't want to keep pushing Colman into someone he is not interested in. Not to mention, I don't think Peyton is interested either. They seem like they would be completely compatible and perfect together, but they don't seem interested in each other. Sometimes these things take time,
Charlene said, sounding wise.
That's true, they might. But I told you guys I would help you, and I wanted to let you know that I have, but I'm going to back out now. You guys can continue if you want, but I don't want to keep pushing two people together who don't seem to want to be together.
She hoped that didn't sound too much like quitting. She also didn't want to have to say that she didn't want to keep doing it because she was the one who was falling for Colman. Then she remembered what Shasta had just told her about taking chances and not being afraid to put herself out there and needing to be able to walk into the dark sometimes, not knowing the outcome.
And the biggest reason that I don't want to do it anymore is I've always had a thing for Colman, and the more time I spend around him, the stronger it's been getting. It's not right for me to push him into someone else when I'm crushing on him myself.
There was silence in the church basement when she finished, and then Miss Teresa squeezed her shoulder, giving the other ladies a look. She said, Of course. You are completely off the hook. Don't give it another thought. You just let us take care of everything. And don't you worry about a thing. You do what you think you need to do, and don't give what we're doing another thought. The other ladies murmured in agreement, and after looking around at all their faces, Sadie felt a weight lift from her chest. They truly weren't mad at her. She didn't think they were going to make fun of her for liking a man who it was almost impossible for anyone to imagine him liking her back. The peacemakers didn't say anything more. In fact, they changed the subject almost immediately and started talking about the parade float and trying to enlist her help in making it. They sat down to their lunch of soup and bread, and Sadie was glad she'd talked to Shasta and taken her advice. Not only did she not feel like she needed to keep working to get Colman and Peyton together, but she felt like the peacemakers respected her for being honest and loved her anyway. Chapter 19. Decide to stay true to each other and to the vows of "until death do us part" from the very beginning. Let God be first in your lives. Beverly C., Wichita, Kansas. Sunday, Colman ate with his family after church. He loved his sisters and had a great respect for his mom, who had picked up the pieces of her life after her husband and one true love had passed away and had built something even bigger and better out of what was left. Colman supposed if he said that to his mom, she would give him most of the credit for helping her, him and his sisters. But without the strength his mom had shown, the whole family might have fallen apart. He loved being with his family, loved the chatter of his sisters, even if he didn't understand them most of the time, loved the wisdom his mom dispensed without seeming to think about it at all. Just everything she said came through the lens of the Bible and the lessons of her life, and he would never tire of listening to her, even if he didn't always do what she suggested or wanted. Still, walking into his old house would always be hard because of the memories of his dad. Up until his dad passed away, it had been him and his dad being a team. Not that his dad discriminated against his sisters in any way. It was just they were both males, and they shared a common bond, the same way his sisters all did, and included his mom in their circle. It wasn't that he didn't feel included in his family, he just sometimes needed a break from them. Regardless, no matter how many years it had been, he could never walk into his old house and not think about his dad. Wish he were there. Wish he could talk to him just one more time. Wonder what his dad would think about what he had done with his life so far. Wonder what kind of wisdom and advice his dad would have for him. His dad had somehow managed to talk his mom into marrying him, and his mom was one of the most amazing women he knew. Maybe he just wondered sometimes how his dad had done it, since his dad seemed like a very common, ordinary man. He hadn't been extremely handsome, as far as Colman could figure. He hadn't been the funniest person around or the most successful. In fact, most of their success had happened after he died. But his mom had loved him fiercely, and Colman figured she probably would never marry again, although a few years ago, the peacemakers had tried to set her up with Mr. Powers. That had been a major failure, although Colman never did find out the details. After lunch, he helped clean up, and they sat around the table laughing and talking for a while. Usually Colman was more than ready to go home after a few hours, but today he stayed, maybe because he wished he had his dad, or he wished he had someone wise and knowledgeable, who could tell him if he was being a fool for even thinking about allowing himself to fall for his best friend's little sister, the girl that had been a kid to him all his life. And he knew he was falling, because any time he dated before, it had been mostly about him, what he wanted, whether she was meeting his needs, whether she was what he wanted in a wife. But with Sadie, most of his thoughts had been consumed about her. Was he what she needed? Was he going to be enough for her? Was he too old? Too serious? What did she want in a husband? How could he make her laugh? And what could he do to make her smile? Yeah, there had been a big difference between Sadie and everyone else. That alone told him she was different, in a special way, from anyone else he'd ever dated. After a few hours, he found himself sitting on the back porch, his back against the house with one leg bent and his arm hanging on it, with his other leg sitting on the top step. His sisters had long ago disappeared to whatever it was they did on Sunday afternoons, and maybe he just hung around hoping for some wisdom, wondering what his dad would tell him if he were around. "You're still here?" His mom put her head out the back door, saw him, and stepped out, closing the door carefully behind her, and he assumed that the twins, his younger sisters who weren't married, were napping. His other sisters had gone home with their husbands.
"Yeah, just thinking."
"That's the ring Sadie gave you, isn't it?" she asked, and he looked down. He hadn't even realized he pulled it out from under his shirt where he kept it on a chain and had been fingering it.
"Yeah."
"I've heard your sisters wondering who gave it to you and what it means. They think it was some long-lost love, someone you pine over. They have all kinds of romantic notions attached to it." His mom smiled softly as she said that, coming over and sitting down on the porch, her feet on the steps, her arms hugging her legs. She'd stayed active ever since he'd known her. She had more energy than anyone he knew. Still slender, with a figure that wasn't exactly youthful but was beautiful and graceful, and sometimes made people underestimate her, because there was a powerhouse personality in that small body.
I think one or two of them asked me about it over the years, but I never knew what to say, so I just brushed them off.
That just deepens the mystery for them, and the speculation.
It was simple.
He huffed a laugh, because at the time, he hadn't really been flattered.
Sadie just gave me this ring and told me she wanted me to wait for her to grow up.
It's funny that it was simple, but you put it on a chain around your neck and have never taken it off that I know of.
I haven't.
He tucked the ring back underneath his shirt. Familiar and comfortable, it lay against his chest.
I was more embarrassed than anything when she gave it to me. I didn't really know what to say. I mean, she was just a little girl. All of us have heard the news about men being in trouble for taking up with young girls, and Sadie wasn't even as old as most of those girls, and I was older.
There's a 12-year age difference, his mom acknowledged.
Yeah.
But you still wear the ring.
Yeah, I probably could take it off now. I just told her I'd wear it until she grew up. And I suppose she's been grown up for a while, and I just never
noticed. He was struggling with what to say, because it wasn't true that he hadn't noticed. He had.
I don't know. I guess it was a promise that I made, and in my head, I was kind of thinking I'd take it off when she did.
He hadn't really thought about the ring much over the years, other than it being a symbol that there was someone in the world who at least thought he was worth something. At the time, he'd just gone through a pretty hard breakup with someone he thought could be the one. He kind of thought he'd end up marrying her. He'd been shopping for rings himself. And that girl had simply told him he wasn't what she wanted, and she was moving on. It shocked him, but he supposed, looking back, he'd been complacent in their relationship, thinking he knew what she wanted, and she knew what he wanted, and he didn't have to do all the little things that a man did when he was hoping to catch a girl. He'd caught her, and kind of tucked her away, maybe taking her for granted a little bit. A lot. He supposed there were some lessons there.
I've been sitting here wondering how Dad caught your eye, what he did, because he seemed like such an ordinary guy, and everything you touch seems to succeed. I just wondered how he did it."
"Maybe I caught him," his mom said, and she wasn't being flippant exactly, just challenging him like she always did to see that there might be another way other than what he was thinking.
"Is that the way it was?"
he asked, knowing it could have been. She smiled and shook her head. "I guess you're right. There were a lot of other, more handsome, more successful, funnier, more driven, you name it. You're right, your dad wasn't the best at anything."
"He was smart."
"Yeah," she said, a little thoughtfully. "But he wasn't the smartest either. There's always someone smarter, someone better in some area. Almost always." She smiled.
"Then what was it?"
She sighed and looked away.
"You guys had such a beautiful love affair. I mean, you can't even look at anyone else now, because you're still pining over him."
"No, that's not true. I just had things I needed to focus on. I had kids to raise, and I wasn't going to marry a man who wasn't going to take my kids and love them like his own. And that's really hard to find. So maybe I passed over a few men who might have been interested in me just because they weren't going to be a fit in my family. My family is more important."
"More important than yourself. And that's the way it's always been. You put Dad first, too."
She lifted her shoulder, neither agreeing or disagreeing, but she didn't need to. She had a better business head than he had, but she hadn't tried to run ahead of him. Rather, she gracefully gave him the support that he needed, focusing on that and never on making herself look good. Now that he was older, Colman wondered if his dad even realized it or appreciated her. "One of the best things about your dad was that once he laid eyes on me, he didn't look at anyone else. He made me feel like I was the only woman in the world. He was always looking for little things to do to make me feel loved and cherished. That's pretty important, too. It's not really the big gestures, although you see those grand engagements, the fairy tale weddings, the things that take a lot of money, and I suppose there are girls that like things like that. I just wanted him. Just wanted someone to love me for me and see me. And he took the time to remember the little details. My birthday, and he always picked out something that meant something to me. There were never any cut flowers on any celebration days. He knew that didn't mean anything to me. He was never too busy, too involved in something else, and whatever he was doing, he always wanted me with him. He said anything he did was more fun when he was doing it with me."
"One year there were tickets to Hawaii. I remember coming down and seeing them on the table and having no idea what they were, since I'd never seen plane tickets before."
"That's true. He did do some grand gestures, and that was a beautiful trip. I'd always wanted to go to Hawaii. I think that's the thing that was important. He paid attention to what I liked and wanted. I didn't have to tell him. And that year, we could have used the money to grow our business. He had the opportunity, and he had people who were watching him. It would have made him look good to put that money into himself. But it was more important to him to spend it on us, on our relationship, and making memories together."
"I see."
"If you have the right girl, the money is not going to matter." His mom didn't say anything else, and they sat there in silence. He figured Sadie didn't care about money. He didn't know how she felt about Hawaii either, but he did figure that the other things, feeling like she was the most important person to him, knowing her, the details about her that other people might forget, making those important to him. Maybe that's part of the area where he had messed up in his other relationships. Part of what he'd been thinking about how they'd all been about him, and not about the girl he was with. Finally, his mom let go of her legs and stood, a hand on the porch post as she turned and faced him. "Sadie is sweet, and I don't think with a girl like that you need to worry about being good enough. You just need to make sure that you remember the biblical definition of love and not get sucked into what the world calls it and how the world defines it." He nodded, but she was already turning away, walking across the porch, opening the door, and stepping in. She hadn't said, but he kind of figured that in her experience, a few years with someone who cherished you and truly loved you was better than a lifetime with someone who took you for granted and didn't appreciate you. He thought of the verse in Corinthians she had been referencing. The King James used the word charity for love. Charity suffereth long and is kind. Charity envieth not. Charity vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Charity never faileth. Funny, that was typical of his mom. He'd asked her for advice, and she pointed him to the Bible. Maybe that was why she was so wise. Chapter 20. Having the same love for the Lord and having a Bible-based marriage and raising your family in the church. Humor plays a big part in keeping the couple happy. Mary K. Madison, Tennessee. Monday morning, Colman's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out. A text from Sadie.
Peyton just told me that Owen has soccer tryouts today, and we won't be able to make his writing lesson.
He stared at it for a moment, disappointment spiraling through him, pulling hard, making him grip his phone so tight his knuckles whitened. He'd been looking forward to seeing Sadie, wanting to talk to her, wanting to just be in her presence, see her smile, hear her laugh, maybe touch her, maybe see if he could be what his mom had been talking about to her. So he took a breath and sent a text that felt a little scary.
"You can come out anyway. We'll get you on a horse."
He closed his eyes and breathed a little prayer that she would say yes. He didn't want God to give him anything that wasn't God's perfect will for him, but if Sadie wasn't God's will, then he wished God would take this longing for her away. He stared at his phone until the screen went blank, and then kept staring, hoping and wishing. But several minutes went by, and there was nothing. So, he swallowed his disappointment and shoved his phone back in his pocket. He turned to the gate and was trying to remember what he had been working on when his pocket buzzed. Pulling it out, he stared at the screen. One word.
Okay.
One word, but for the rest of the morning, he couldn't quit smiling. Often he was home on Mondays, but they'd had a big weekend, and there were still a few things in the sale barn that needed to be done. Still, his family knew he had been giving horseback riding lessons on Monday afternoons, and since Monday was technically his day off, no one said anything when he left at lunchtime. He made a stop at the grocery store and bought a few things. He had wanted to make the French toast bake with Sadie, like Peyton had suggested, but maybe he could make it for her. But when he got home, his cows were out, and he ended up spending an hour getting them in and fixing the fence. By the time he was finished, he was hot and dirty and thirsty, and Sadie was just pulling in. Well, at least there wouldn't be any of that awkward not knowing what to say as they stared at each other. At least not right away, he figured as he jogged over to her car.
"Go ahead and mosey over to the barn. I need to run in and grab a drink and wash my hands. I've been chasing cattle and fixing fence, and I know I look like it."
He held his hands up, which were filthy. She smiled and nodded and didn't say anything, and he jogged into the house. After grabbing a drink, washing his hands, and saying a quick prayer that he wouldn't do anything stupid and drive her away, he jogged back outside and over to the fence where Sadie leaned. He slowed down and walked up to her.
"She's looking pretty good, isn't she?"
he said, nodding to the calf he named after the woman standing beside him.
She sure is.
She glanced over at him, her fingers tight on the fence. Could she be nervous?
How long are you going to keep them in?
"I actually could have put them out already, but I wanted you to see her before I did. Once she goes back out in the herd, it's going to be hard to differentiate between her and anyone else, unless you get close enough to read her ear tag."
I see you wrote Sadie on it.
"Yeah, I have the date of birth, and I usually put the mom's number, but I'll be keeping her, so I don't think we'll have any trouble remembering who she came from."
Sweet. I wondered after we ran into the house whether or not I did all that work just so you could send her to a feedlot in a few months.
Well, that's where they go, although I do have a few I'm trying to finish on grass. There's just not a lot of it here. I need more acreage.
Yeah, farming isn't easy.
I wouldn't be able to make a living at it if it weren't for the livestock auction. You almost need something else to supplement it.
I've always heard that. Lots of times, the men farm and the women have a job.
Yeah, that's too bad. Kids aren't growing up on the farm like they used to. Everything's merging together, and you have farms with a bunch of hired hands that are solely focused on profit.
I guess that's the way the world goes,
she said, not sounding happy about it, but it was one of those things that changed and no one could do anything about it.
"I was thinking I'd put you on Grace today, if you're still interested in having a lesson."
He didn't want her to get back in her car and leave, and he really didn't think she would drive all the way out here just to do that. Plus, he was kind of hoping after they'd broken the ice and had a lesson, and maybe done some laughing together, they could talk a little. Although, how in the world he'd start that conversation, he had no idea.
I trust you,
she said easily. Those words meant more to him than he could say, especially coming from her, so he just jerked his chin and they started off toward the barn.
It looks like we might get some rain,
she said as they walked along. He glanced at the sky.
"Honestly, I haven't checked the forecast, but I believe you're right. Thankfully, it's not looking like a thunderstorm."
She laughed.
We have some experience in that.
He didn't say anything, but her words made him feel guilty. Maybe that he'd endangered her taking care of his animals.
"Do you think you can do it from watching me with Owen, or do you want me to show you?"
he asked as he snapped the lead on Grace and paused, ready to hand it to Sadie if she liked.
I think I'd like to try it, although I know I'm not going to be perfect.
"No one here is expecting perfection, are we, Grace?"
he asked, petting the brown nose and standing back so Sadie could lead her out of the stall. He watched while Sadie did a pretty good job of remembering everything that he'd shown Owen. It was a lot different watching Sadie than Owen, though, and he found his mind wandering. Watching the graceful way she moved and listening to the soothing sound of her voice, seeing the gentle curve of her spine and the graceful arch of her neck. Finally, she stood back and said,
How did I do?
He shook his head, glancing at the horse and feeling grateful that the saddle wasn't on upside down or something.
"Looks good. Let's lead her out."
He needed to pay attention. He couldn't just enjoy watching her, although he wondered if that was one of the things that his mom had maybe been talking about, letting her know he wanted to watch her. He didn't think their relationship had progressed to that point yet, though. He'd probably come off sounding like a stalker if he told her he was having trouble concentrating on their riding lesson because all he wanted to do was watch her. Yeah, those were definitely the words of a stalker.
Okay, I know that I'm supposed to get on the left side, and I think I can do it, although
She swallowed.
I might look ridiculous.
I promise I won't laugh. Much.
Thanks. That's not reassuring.
I can promise that Grace won't laugh.
This is not helpful.
She looked around and then she gasped.
Wait, look at that. Is that a UFO?
Her tone was a little odd, but he looked where she was pointing anyway. UFO? He laughed, even as his eyes scanned the sky. The rain was much closer than what he had anticipated. They might not get actual riding in.
Oh!
Her exclamation made him turn back around. He did have to hold in his laughter, even as he took a step toward her, since when she put her foot in the saddle, it had been so loose her weight had pulled it down around, and she ended up on the ground underneath the horse.
Grace,
He said irritably as he knelt, carefully unhooking her boot from the stirrup and then offering her a hand to help her up.
I'm sorry.
He pulled her up.
I knew Grace often does that, but I forgot to check.
Often does what?
She said, standing up and brushing herself off, her tone holding humor. While her cheeks flamed, and he was sure she was embarrassed, he loved that she could laugh at herself. He supposed he'd always known she could, but with something like this, she could have been irritated with him because it really was his fault. He was the instructor after all.
Grace is super sweet and gentle.
He was glad he'd picked his gentlest horse, because some horses would have pranced away or bolted if they'd felt the saddle slipping and someone falling underneath them. He wouldn't want Sadie to get hurt.
But she does have a bad habit of holding her breath when you tighten the saddle. I always put it on, and then after I've done a few other things, I come back and tighten it. That way, it doesn't slip like that when I go to get on.
Oh, so that's what I did wrong. I didn't check.
I didn't check. It really wasn't your job. You couldn't have known. But yeah, I always double-check the girth tightness before I get on. I've done what you just did a few times.
That's nice to know, although I would feel even better if you had an audience as well.
I think Nolt saw me once. I think that was about the first time I ever got on a horse, and he pretty much laughed me out of the arena. But I didn't give up, because that certainly wasn't the first time in my life I made a fool of myself, and it probably won't be the last.
Those words were true, and they made him think that maybe he should say something else.
I forgot about Grace because I was so busy watching you.
Well, that's good to know. That I didn't do anything else wrong.
She rolled her eyes and scratched Grace's neck. He kicked a boot in the dusty ground.
No, not as an instructor. I guess I was admiring you. You have a graceful way about you and a happiness that shines through in everything you do. I was admiring that.
He felt stupid. What kind of person goes around talking about how they admire someone else's happiness? But she smiled and tilted her head, looking at him with consideration, like she wasn't sure whether to actually believe him or not, like he might just be feeding her a line in order to get somewhere with her. Like he would. Like anyone would make themselves feel like such a huge idiot in order to have a girl smile at them. Actually, he supposed some guys did. He'd never been one of those, though. Maybe Sadie would know that, since she'd known him all her life.
I think you meant that,
she said, sounding surprised.
I do.
His eyes caught hers, and they stood there while the first drops of rain started to fall. This wasn't a thunder and lightning event, with huge, fat drops that plowed into his skin, but a light, late summer rain, gentle and sweet, but still wet.
I'm sorry, but I think we're going to have to end our lesson early.
Maybe I'm just destined not to ride.
Or maybe you're just destined to come back.
She stilled from straightening her shirt and brushing her pants off.
Maybe.
She lifted her shoulder.
Maybe I can go in and start working on the paperwork you talked about. I have some time this afternoon.
He took hold of Grace's reins and took a deep breath, willing the words to come out right.
Or maybe you'd like to come in. Since we missed eating the berry French toast bake together, I got the recipe. I thought we could make it together.
She lifted her brows and looked at him like she didn't understand.
Saturday morning, when I was at Peyton's bookstore, I told her I really didn't want to try the French toast because you and I had been going to do it together, and I didn't think I'd want to do it without you. I think she thought. I think she knew how I felt, because she gave me the recipe and told me not to share it with anyone other than you, and she said that maybe we'd enjoy making it together.
By the time he was done talking, Sadie was standing looking at him with her mouth open and her eyes slowly blinking.
You want to cook with me?
He gave a self-effacing smile.
I'm not much of a chef, and I said that to Peyton. She seemed to imply that maybe it didn't matter how well I could or couldn't cook, that it was more about letting you know that I wanted to spend time with you.
Oh.
Sadie's eyes got big, but the rain started coming down harder, and she turned and they ran together, leading Grace into the barn. It didn't take long to take the saddle off and brush her down, and they ran through the drizzle into the house. This time, when he opened the door and invited her in, she gave him a smile and walked into his house. Chapter 21. Trust, Honesty, and Respect. Vicki Jameson, Pennsauken, New Jersey. Sadie walked in the house, taking her boots off in the entryway, where several pairs of Colman sat. He bent over behind her, taking his own off.
I don't always take my boots off, but it does make the house easier to clean,
he said as he settled his boots side by side.
Sometimes keeping the house clean seems like a pipe dream, but it does help if everyone leaves their boots by the door. Of course, when you have a bunch of people in your family, that makes everything crowded right inside the door, and not all houses are set up for that.
No, people don't have big families anymore, so if you have more than 2 kids, things might get a little hairy.
I guess you understand about that, coming from a family of 6 kids.
And 5 of them girls. Ladies have a lot of shoes, in my experience at least.
She laughed.
You know, we take a hard rap for that, but my brothers are all pretty attached to their boots, and they all have at least 2 pairs. Some have quite a bit more than that.
He looked down at the 3 pairs of his boots sitting by the door.
Guilty.
She laughed again.
It's okay. Really, I do have more shoes than they do. But boots take up a lot of space, and their feet are bigger than mine.
He didn't have any trouble seeing that as he looked down at their stocking feet. His feet were twice as big as hers. He led the way into the kitchen, trying not to look at his house through her eyes. It was pretty sparse. Not a whole lot of knickknacks on the walls, like his sisters liked to do. Orchid had even stenciled and done some freehand with paint around the door jambs and the tops of the walls. His walls were bare, plain white, with nothing graceful or pretty to break the stark appearance. The floor was clean. He knew that since he'd just swept it. But it was functional, and he wondered if Sadie preferred what his sisters did, pretty and decorative.
I guess I really never noticed until I had you following me that my house really looks like a man lives here.
Well, I guess I'd be a little concerned if it looked like a woman did,
Sadie said, and that made him smile.
It just seems Spartan and bare.
That's the way my brother's rooms looked, even when they shared them. They were always more concerned about what they wanted to do outside and didn't really care about putting up decorations inside. Although a couple of them had some collections they liked to display.
I don't even have any of that. My collections are out in the barn, in the field.
Your cattle?
Yeah, I guess I've collected a few horses too, now that I have 4.
Have you been working with Cinnamon and Badger?
He supposed it shouldn't surprise him that she remembered the names. She gave them to them, after all, but he loved that she remembered and used them. He supposed it really didn't mean anything other than she could remember names easier than some people, but it still made his heart smile.
Some, yeah. I'll need another person for some things.
I'll help you if you need me to, although,
she glanced out the window,
I prefer not to do it in the rain if we could.
What is it with you coming here and it raining?
Or maybe it's just when I come without Owen.
Or maybe it's just God directing our steps a little,
he said, because he knew who was in charge of the rain. He thought about how Peyton had given him the recipe, and he'd remembered to stop at the store and grab all the items, and then God had sent the rain, so they ended up in the kitchen.
After all, I have the recipe,
he said, tapping his finger on the counter where he laid it out earlier.
And it's out and you're ready. If I didn't know better, I'd say you planned this.
She lifted her brows.
Well, it's like she said, and my mom kind of said the same thing, which got me to thinking about it. That it's true. It doesn't... I don't want our relationship, whatever it is, to be just about doing what I want to do, where it's just us working with horses and riding and with the cows.
I enjoyed that,
she said quickly.
Did you?
I did. I mean, I guess I would have chosen not to do it in a thunderstorm, and I don't really enjoy getting dirty, but I had fun. I liked working with you, and there was a great sense of accomplishment after we were done, like we had done something worthwhile.
That's good to hear, because I was kind of beating myself up for getting you wet and dirty.
That wasn't all he beat himself up for, and he continued quickly.
And when I talked to my mom, she had pointed out that part of showing someone that you cared about them was doing things that they might like to do. So when Peyton offered the recipe and said you might like to make it with me, I thought of the way you had gamely helped me with whatever I needed while we were doing the cow, and I wasn't sure if you wanted to spend time with me or not, but I thought this might be a way to do something together.
She swallowed hard, like she couldn't believe what he was saying or was having trouble understanding it.
You like me?
She asked softly.
Is that so unbelievable?
He muttered.
A little.
I'm sorry. You don't have to do anything with me if you don't want to.
She was quiet for a few minutes, and he started to be concerned that he'd spoken out of turn. Scared her away. Maybe she was trying to figure out how to leave. But he couldn't take it back, and he really didn't want to. Sometimes things just needed to be said. Chapter 22. If God is first in both lives, then he will help the couple survive and thrive in marriage. It's not for the faint-hearted, so don't be going into marriage with rose-tinted glasses. It's the best experience with your best friend as long as communication is kept open. If this breaks down, work hard to get them lines up and running again. God can provide miracles every day, and one of those is marriage. Elaine, Northern Ireland, United Kingdom. Sadie stood in front of the counter, with Colman beside her, and she bit her lip because she wasn't sure what to say. It seemed like a big risk to tell him that she wanted to spend time with him. But she remembered what Shasta had told her, that in order for her to grow, she had to take risks. In order for her to get what she wanted, she might have to step out of her comfort zone. That God might want good things for her, but he wasn't going to just drop them in her lap all the time. That he wanted her to be able to grow and stretch and not be afraid.
I do. I want to do things with you. Tell him everything.
She almost snorted. She wasn't telling him everything, but she could tell him more.
I suppose you have always known that I liked you, and the reason that I was quiet wasn't because I didn't want to do anything with you, or that I couldn't imagine us together necessarily. It was that I couldn't believe that what I've always wanted is happening.
I wouldn't believe you, except
He reached into his shirt and pulled out the chain that was always around his neck. She'd noticed it, of course, but had never seen what was on it. He dangled it in front of her, and she looked at the simple gold ring that hung there. She knew that ring. It was one of the few things she had of her mother's. And being a typical dramatic 12-year-old, she'd given it to the person she had a huge crush on. She put a hand over her mouth.
I can't believe you still have it.
I told you I would keep it until you grew up.
You're still wearing it, so I'm not sure what that says about me,
she said, needing to be humorous because her heart was skipping every other beat, and her stomach was doing somersaults inside of her body, and she was having trouble breathing. Her fingers trembled against her mouth.
I'd like to say that it says that I thought about you all these years, but that would not be true. I just thought about my promise and that I couldn't break it. And I guess I've never found a girl who meant enough to me that I would take off your ring. Then I look around one day, and you've grown up, and you're beautiful, inside and out. But I feel like an old man compared to you, and I think to myself that there's no way you'd want to try to make things work with me.
There's every way. I guess you're a lot older, and my brothers say I'm immature. Maybe I am.
Not immature, happy. You have a lot of laughter, and
he looked around his house.
I guess I see myself a little the way I see my house, plain and unadorned and way too serious. I need joy and laughter that I see in you. Maybe that's why you're so attractive to me.
She swallowed hard and tried to slow her breathing down, since once her lungs had started to work, they started pumping fast and shallow.
That's beautiful.
It's the truth. I can't believe I've missed it for so long. I feel like I need to apologize for that. You growing up, and I insisted on looking at you and thinking about you like you were still a child.
He dropped the ring, and his hand came out to caress her cheek. She leaned into it.
It wouldn't have worked if we'd been together any earlier. I needed to graduate from high school and go to college and do all that before I came back. I know I would have been thrilled if you would have noticed me, but I don't think the timing was right.
I think you're right. God always has the best timing. I still feel stupid.
You're not stupid.
She didn't feel like she needed to contradict him, but it needed to be said. And she didn't want him feeling bad because he hadn't seen her. Because she truly believed he hadn't been meant to see.
You'd have thought I would have spent the last decade or so working on becoming a better man, more romantic, better able to think about what a woman, you, might like. But I'm afraid I spent that time working on my business, working on my ranch. And I'm probably not any smarter than a high school kid, a junior high boy, when it comes to knowing what I should say or what I should do to let you know that you're special to me.
Maybe we can learn together then, because I'm not exactly great either. I was too scared to tell you how much I enjoyed our kiss the other day, and I ran off instead."
She grunted.
That was a very immature thing to do, but I was scared.
Scared of me? I don't want you to be scared.
No, scared to be real, to let you know exactly how I felt. I thought you would reject me. I thought you were going to tell me the same thing that I had told you, so I decided I needed to say it first.
That the kiss didn't mean anything?
She nodded.
It meant everything. Or maybe everything I meant was wrapped up in it. I didn't plan it, but it was beautiful and perfect, and I loved it.
He watched his thumb as it moved over her cheek.
That's exactly how I felt about it.
That's how I feel about you, too. You're beautiful and perfect, and I'm falling in love with you.
His eyes went back to hers, and she wanted to swerve, to move away, to do something that wasn't so intense and so scary and so exciting at the same time. But she forced herself to stand still, although she dropped her gaze and watched as her hands went up to land on either side of his waist.
Is it fanciful to think that they look like they belong there?
She asked, referring to her hands and not sure he'd understand.
They feel like they belong.
I'm scared.
She was being honest.
I thought we agreed you don't need to be scared.
Not of you. Just, this is so beautiful, so perfect, so much better than I ever dreamed. And trust me, I've dreamed about it for a long time, and I feel like it's going to slip away.
I can promise you, I'm not going anywhere.
Maybe you'll get tired of me laughing over stupid stuff, tripping, trying to get into a saddle and ending up underneath the horse.
I don't think so. In fact, no, I won't. Do you remember what I grew up with?
You mean your sisters?
Yeah. I mean, there's 5 of them. That's a little much at one time, but I definitely think I need one woman. One who is just like you. One who will bring that laughter and fun and color into my life.
Eventually, there might be more.
She took a breath before she looked up, meeting his gaze. He knew exactly what she was saying. A smile played around his mouth.
I think I'd like that.
He grinned a little sheepishly.
Maybe I'd like a couple of boys, too.
I guess we'll have to put in our order. Maybe if we get it in early, we'll get to choose.
Pretty sure there's no choosing. But I don't care. I'll take what we get and be happy.
She shook her head, closing her eyes and taking a breath.
I can't believe I'm even talking about this. Can you give me a couple of days to get used to this?
Kind of took it too fast,
he said, and like her, his tone had changed. It was almost as though they were deliberately breaking the spell.
We did. We went from thinking we might like each other to talking about what kind of kids we're going to have. Wow.
Yeah. See, I'm pretty intense, and I needed you to point out that maybe we don't have to be quite so serious.
Maybe I need you to make me be serious sometimes. And just to be clear, I liked everything we were talking about, and that's what I want.
She didn't want him to think that she'd broken the spell because she just wanted a fling, or that she didn't want a serious relationship that was headed for a specific destination and not just for fun.
That's what I want, too. I didn't want you to think I was messing around with you, but I don't want you to think that I'm expecting you to make a decision about the rest of your life this afternoon, either.
We should have chosen something a little more serious than French toast if we were going to make decisions like that.
Lasagna. People always make serious decisions over lasagna.
You know how to make lasagna? She asked, surprised.
No, but I guess I kind of figured that if we're together, we can figure it out. After all, the skills that you bring to the table are pretty different than the ones I do, and I think together we can do pretty much anything.
Maybe that was a sweeping statement, but as she thought about it, she figured he was right. They weren't exactly opposites, not from what she could tell, but they had enough in common to glue them together. Their different strengths would make the two of them more than what they were individually.
Maybe that's why God created marriage.
Why?
Because when two people get together, what they bring to the table ends up adding up to more than what they are separately. Make sense?
He nodded, looking at the recipe between them, and seemed to be thinking about something.
Like us working with Donna and us working in the kitchen. I couldn't have done Donna by myself, and I definitely couldn't do this by myself either. But with you, I can.
And you give me the courage to get on the horse and to step out and try things, even if that means putting my hands where I never thought my hands would go before.
He reached for her hands, taking them and threading his fingers with hers, then lifting their clasped hands to his lips.
And they're beautiful hands. Beautiful because they're willing and happy and helpful.
What made you think you aren't romantic? She asked, closing her eyes as he kissed her knuckles.
No one has ever accused me of being romantic.
I think you're romantic.
That's definitely a first. I think you might be looking at the world through rose-colored glasses.
No, I don't wear glasses, so there's no chance of that.
If you look at me and you see anything that's even close to romance, there is definitely some kind of issue with your eyesight. I'd appreciate it if you don't correct it, because it makes me feel pretty good to have someone look at me and see something better than what I actually am.
Isn't that what love does? It makes you see the good. It makes you want to do whatever you can to make the person that you love better.
Are you saying you love me?
Now I'm the one that's rushing things too fast?
No, I just wanted to be clear, because I kind of wanted to remember this moment.
Me saying I love you?
He nodded.
That's one of those special moments we celebrate, right?
You can celebrate whatever moments you want to. I guess every minute is a celebration when you're with someone you love.
I love you too.
Maybe they both tried to lighten the atmosphere, and maybe that just wasn't something that was going to happen, at least not until they did the thing that both of them seemed to be thinking about. She stepped closer and put her hand around his neck.
It seems to me that a declaration like that ought to have a kiss to punctuate it with. What do you think?
I think she's begging me to kiss her. I suppose I ought to give in.
I wouldn't want to compromise your standards. Not for me.
I think you are the standard for me.
He smiled.
Although, I think we ought to say that the kissing standard is one that doesn't require us to risk our lives and also doesn't require us to be wet. Just suggestions, in case we want to rewrite our love story.
I guess we are writing it right now, aren't we? And I don't know, kissing in the rain is kind of romantic.
She grinned, teasing.
Although, maybe that's just a woman's perspective.
I don't think it has to be raining for me to consider a kiss with you romantic. But if you need rain in order to want to kiss me, we can step outside. Do you need the added excitement of the lightning and thunder?
Maybe I should be asking if you need the excitement of afterbirth and mud?
We could just stand in the kitchen, clean and dry, and kiss like normal people.
But we don't want our love story to be normal. We want it to be wild and fun and full of unexpected twists and turns, not in a bad way, but in a way we'll smile about when we talk about it with our children someday.
I think you're really going to have to stretch the depths of my imagination, because I can't really think of anything more fun than standing here in the kitchen and kissing you. But if I have to climb on the roof of the house and stand on my head in order to make our love story exciting, it's worth it, but it's going to be tough.
No, nothing like that. I think we're already unique. After all, I'm not sure there are too many girls who can say their first kiss happened right after they delivered a calf and in the middle of a rainstorm.
I think you're probably right about that. It's almost like I planned it, but I promise I didn't.
I think the unplanned things are the best.
Can I act surprised when I kiss you right now, then?
Go ahead. I'll pretend to be surprised, too.
You can go ahead and expect it, because I'm the boring, serious one.
Got it.
He lowered his head, and their lips touched. And it was just as good as she remembered, maybe better, since she hadn't been expecting the first one, but had wanted and had dreamed about this one. She was thankful for the counter, which provided steadiness as the world tilted around her and faded to just Colman and her and the beauty of knowing he loved her and found her interesting and special and important enough to go out of his way to do things he normally wouldn't. When he lifted his head, she was relieved to know his breath sounded just as rough as hers. But he gathered his wits first and said, "I'm so surprised. I can't believe you wanted to kiss me here in the kitchen, when all I wanted to do was make French toast." She burst out laughing, because she hadn't been thinking about what they had talked about before, and she'd completely forgotten about the French toast bake.
So we're really going to make the French toast bake? She asked.
Unless you want to stand here and kiss some more, I'm game for that, too.
Don't you think we should make ourselves some nourishment first?
Planning ahead. I like it.
I think it's in a woman's DNA to make sure that everyone around her eats.
Or maybe it's just in the DNA of a woman who was brought up with 6 brothers.
Probably. That definitely marked me. I hope that's okay.
Actually, I thought we had that in common. You living with all boys, and me living with all girls. An interesting perspective, anyway.
Yeah, you probably understand what it's like to feel like you don't quite fit in all the time.
Definitely. Although I think there's probably a big difference between being the oldest and being the youngest.
Probably. And I never knew my mom, and you didn't know your dad for long.
True. They were both quiet for a moment, and then, as though they decided together, they both reached for the recipe. She laughed.
I guess we decided that we'll make sure that you have some nourishment, and then practice kissing later.
It's a deal.
Chapter 23. Communication, commitment, and love for the other person, with God at the center of the marriage. Skye, New South Wales, Australia. Saturday morning, the peacemakers sat at the bookstore, eating their French toast bake.
I'm surprised that Sadie didn't show up today. It's the first time since Peyton opened,
Kathy said, knowing full well that they were sitting there waiting on her. And Colman.
Maybe they're wise to us,
Teresa said, always pragmatic. Charlene rested her chin on one pointing finger.
I don't think so. I think we did a pretty good job of pretending.
Sometimes the best way to get two people together was to push them at someone else. Colman, being the oldest and liking to be in control, wasn't going to respond very well to them pushing him in a direction he didn't think he should go. So Charlene, being wise in the ways of the world and having made her own trips around the block a few times, had pushed him towards someone else. It had worked like a charm. She hadn't let the other ladies in on it to begin with, because some of them, like Teresa, weren't very good at trickery and subtlety.
"Isn't that Colman's truck?"
Miss Vicky said, pointing out the window at the pickup coming down the road.
"Looks like it,"
Charlene mused, her eyes sweeping up the street and looking in the other direction. It would make sense that Colman would be first. He was the more responsible of the two. Sadie, while not irresponsible and definitely not compulsively late, was much more likely to arrive on the dot than early. She was actually perfect for Colman, as Charlene had known all along. Colman's truck pulled to a stop, but the man didn't get out. Charlene hoped that meant what she thought it meant, and indeed, a few minutes later when Sadie's car pulled up from the opposite direction, she allowed herself a satisfied smile.
"Are we going to have to intercept them today?"
Kathy asked, almost eagerly.
"Let's wait and see."
Charlene was pretty sure she would know by the way they greeted each other whether or not more intervention was necessary. Sadie's car pulled to a stop, and she hopped out immediately. Colman was still climbing out of his pickup when she looked both ways and ran across the road. Charlene grinned to herself. This was looking good. Sadie didn't stop, but threw herself at Colman, her arms wide open as she grabbed a hold of him, and he stumbled back, unprepared, catching himself against his pickup. He didn't look like he minded at all as his arms came around her, and he smiled. Charlene could see his lips moving, although she couldn't tell what he said, as his head lowered, and they kissed for a long time. Long enough that Charlene was actually starting to squirm in her seat.
"I'm pretty sure, ladies, we can consider our latest endeavor a roaring success. No intervention is necessary today."
The other ladies tittered and chattered and congratulated themselves, but Charlene didn't feel like they could rest on their laurels, not while there were still single people in Sweetwater who needed their attention. She gave the ladies exactly 2 minutes, then she tapped the table.
"Girls, we need to be serious, and we need to focus. There are a lot of people who need to be matched, and not a lot of time left for us to do so."
"We're on a time limit?"
"No, but that sounded good, didn't it?"
Charlene said. The ladies all nodded, agreeing that, indeed, it sounded better if they were pretending that they had some kind of end date. Charlene supposed they all did, but none of them knew what it was.
"Where was I? Oh, yes, matching." She sighed. "I'm just not sure who to do next."
She didn't want to get too conceited or full of herself, since the last few matches they'd attempted had been so successful. But she could say that their success column was definitely growing a lot faster than their failures.
"What about Lark?"
Kathy suggested. Charlene flattened her lips. She'd thought about Lark. She knew who Lark needed to be with, but she wasn't sure whether Lark was ready.
"Or Mabel,"
Vicky suggested. Charlene shook her head.
"Mabel still has a few years of school left. We don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse for her. She'll need to be a practicing vet before we move on her." "She might find someone in the meantime,"
Kathy said, like that would be the worst thing that could ever happen.
"We can make sure that doesn't happen,"
Charlene said, with a knowing glance at the ladies, who all nodded at her. They'd run more than one suitor off who didn't meet their high standards for the children of Sweetwater, although they had done it very, very discreetly.
"There are a couple of the Powers brothers who still need girls," Miss Vicky said. Brawley and Flynn.
Charlene narrowed her eyes. Brawley might be a difficult one, since he was prone to be a jokester. She wasn't sure he'd ever been serious about anything. Flynn, on the other hand, was the complete opposite and could pose an issue from the other side. They needed someone who could laugh and make him laugh as well.
We have the Baldwin twins.
Charlene nodded. They definitely needed to be separated, although it probably would work best if they tried to double match them. That way they weren't pulling one twin away from the other since they did so many things together.
You could do my mom.
Charlene's head jerked over as she looked at the boy standing beside her. Owen looked back at her with pleading on his face. That was why they didn't talk about this in public. It was too easy for them to be overheard, for people to realize what they were doing.
I wanted Dad.
His words were sad, his face serious, and his look sincere. He was way more serious than a young boy should be. He should be goofing and laughing and running around having fun. Instead, he'd been brought up an only child, and his mom had to work way too hard to support them.
You can't say anything.
Charlene looked deeply into his eyes, letting him know how serious she was. He nodded.
I know how to be quiet.
Charlene figured maybe he did. She thought hard, unsure if she would be able to pull this one off.
Sometimes it's hard to get your mom to leave the bookstore,
she pointed out to Owen.
I can help. The fellow I have in mind probably isn't going to come here.
She pursed her lips.
It's not that he doesn't like books. It's that he doesn't like people. Sometimes Mom doesn't like people either. She's different.
Charlene looked over at the ladies, who were watching her, as she considered her next move.
How does your mother feel about children? I guess she likes me okay. She always seems to anyway.
Owen shrugged.
Your mother loves you. I meant children in general. I guess she likes them. I'll keep her in mind. If I don't put her on my list for next, we'll fit her in.
Charlene raised her brows.
As long as you don't tell a soul.
Owen shook his head.
I won't. I promise.
Hi, this is Jay, and thanks for listening. If you're ready for another great audiobook, here's one we think you might like. Or check out the playlist with all our latest releases. Don't forget to subscribe to Say with Jay, give this video a thumbs up, and tell us what you liked in the comments.